I wrote that, so I can park that to another stream instead. Okay. Yeah. Oh, we got to get the chats going as well, don't we?
All right. Yeah, that's another delightful step. Let's go do that.
That was a bit premature, maybe, for me to go
no,
live.
No. I think it's in any case, it's a thing that you have to do after your live. So
true that. Okay.
Yeah, stream together. Start streaming together. Jesus.
Where is that? Let's see. Stream together. Yeah, there you go. Start streaming together. And then welcome back. Join the call.
No, I think it's oh right, because you think you naively actually, you know what? Let me do the announcements first and then I'll look into this. But I think we were doing the same thing where we were both looking at the our admin panel and trying to make that work. While in reality, you have to do something jankier. You have to reach into the other streams page.
Oh, I see. Okay, but hang on. Maybe I'll shut down all my stream together stuff then, and I'll see if something pops up from your stream then. So I'll let you drive that part.
Okay.
And I'll say good morning to everyone. Good morning, Major. Good morning, Caleb. Good morning, Temporis. I'm hoping I'll get some kind of notification here on Twitch about this.
Yeah, I'm just typing up the notifications, sending it out. Okay. So let me see how to do this. So Twitch TV toggle bit. Man, I love Twitch. Knock. You have to press knock. Something went wrong. Please try again. God damn it, Twitch.
Oh my lovely godness. Yeah. The worst part is that you can't do any of this pre-stream, so you kind of have to do this. You always have to do this mess while you're streaming. There's no way around that. Right?
It's so dumb. Knock. Something went wrong. Okay.
Hello, Footlong.
Let me try another knock button. That one doesn't work either. Okay, can we try the other way around? Can you try to open my stream and knock in there? Hello, Bifredo.
All right, let's go to Twitch, Chris, and oh, hang on. Why does this say? Okay, now press the knock button there. Something went wrong. Please try again.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Okay. Let's try again. Sure, allow everything, whatever. Try knocking now.
Something went wrong.
Something.
Okay, so
okay, wait. I have. Oh wait. Okay. Oh, I might have the solution. Let's see. Start sharing chat. Although I'm sharing it with nobody for now. But okay, what if I invite you? Oh, there's an invite link. Participants to invite. Send invite. I sent you an invite. I have no idea where you're going to receive it.
Let's see if it turns up in my inbox thing.
Yeah, here's what you can try to do also. Open. So you remember that we started by trying to open the stream together stuff from our panel, from our admin panel. The dashboard. Try doing that now.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. And then I get that whole send invite, but I can hang on. I'll send you an invite link here instead. I think that might be more useful. So let me send you a PM on Discord. See if you can pop this open and if it does anything useful at all. think that might be the way to go.
Let's see.
There we go. All right, let's see. I'll catch up with my chat in the meantime. So my lovely viewers don't feel neglected. Bear
Already
with
in
me,
the
dear viewers. I
session.
cannot
Okay.
see the chat right this
Join
second.
new
but we'll-
session. Join the party.
Yay! There you are.
There we go.
What? Yeah, that's you. Okay, so shared chat is on. Wait, no, start. Oh,
Yeah, you
Yeah.
enable shared chat. Okay.
Yep, it should be. Do we have anyone who's watching? Anyone from Crystal Stream? Can you like type in chat to see if it comes up on my screen here?
Yep, I see it. I see Temporus.
There we go. Temporus, you've abandoned me.
No, I think I
Okay.
see him from your chat. I think maybe.
Oh,
Actually, I'm not
man,
sure.
I was about to file a formal complaint with Twitch.
I'm not sure. Only Temporus knows.
Temporus, no. How do I? Where's the? So okay, there's the chat button. So okay, got it. There we go. Shared chat moderation. You can take mod actions against viewers in another channel during shared chat. You can warn, timeout, or ban any user. So banned users from other channels can't chat during the shared session, but will still be able to watch. Deleting messages from other channel viewers, only delete them in your channel. Deleting messages from your community would remove them from all shared channels. Wait, so if I ban someone, they're not going to be banned. If I ban someone, they shouldn't be banned in your channel, right?
No, they won't. But I think they will not be able to chat from my chat either for the duration of the collaboration.
Because I thought like I could just like destroy. We could destroy each other's chats with like mutually
just nuke everybody.
Ban everyone. And then we can sit together like, why is no one talking to us anymore?
Nice distraction there, but yeah, we could do that.
Okay, now I can see chat. So let me catch up. Oh no, Footlow, we want to share chat. It's all good. And then I can see shared message for B Fred as well. Hello, B Fred. Okay, that's cool. I think we're good. We're well, arguably, but we're live. I need my dashboard as well. So there we go. I can see the chat there.
So it works. Okay, you know what? The setup experience, not great. But so far, it's better than what it was in the past.
Yeah, that's a good optimistic take on it, right? We do need more optimism, I think.
More positivity, more optimism. Yeah.
Yes, there we go. Hello, Carathon.
I mean, it's been... when did we do this last? And when I say this, I mean also specifically using Stream Together.
Wow, that was a while ago. Must be a month ago, I think. Yeah, it was. You know what? I can find out because I remember that there was an article in the Register featuring Björn saying that.
Stroop. Yeah.
Saying that C++ had to change something Rust. Okay, let's see if this comes up now. So 09, could this be? No, Tuesday 16th of September. That it wasn't that recent. No, we never did this in September, right?
I don't remember.
I think. Oh no, here's what. 03. Oh wow, that was in March.
Yeah.
We did this. Okay, that's a long time ago.
That checks out.
Oh.
Yeah, well, so it's been what?
Say that all the time.
It's been 7 months, and Twitch has broken the knock button. But that's fine. That's fine. There's still the invite button, the invite link. Actually, the invite button, we don't know if it works because that maybe sent an invite, maybe not. Maybe arrived some, we don't know. But the invite link works.
But don't you think that when people do the like stream together on Twitch, they probably do this with the intent of doing everything through the browser. And we are kind of the outliers because we use other services to kind of cobble this thing together.
Yeah, in theory, there's also all that part that we're not using. But I mean, I'm sure that part is flawless. So
I think
it's on us.
Twitch would argue that we're holding it wrong, right? If we said to Twitch like this stuff doesn't work, and they'd be like, "But you're holding it wrong, right? You need to do all this, right?" So I think we've made ourselves outliers in here, because I think most people probably just do everything through the browser, and they don't use Firefox, and I think that's kind of how it goes, right?
Well, surely not using Firefox probably helps, but in any case, right now, we are in a call in that thing. We just are muted, deafened, not sharing any video. So we have an open connection that we just don't use. And then
we're wasting some UDP packets along. But actually, I don't think anything's happening there, right? I think this doesn't do anything because there's no work. Hopefully, they've at least
maybe
written that into it. Like hopefully. So yeah, okay. So 7 months ago since we streamed together, what have you been up to? I guess I should say I know what you've been up to in the last 7 months, but for those of you who remember the stream, have you converted to C++ yet? That is the question.
I had a brief moment where I decided to go full C++. Went on a rampage, then decided to just that it wasn't for me, and went back to Zig. What have I done? No, I've been going insane with the HTML spec because I implemented. So okay, let me frame this in a way that your viewers might find more interesting. For the people that have been watching Toggle for long enough, which is not necessarily, super long. I'm sure there's like people that have been watching it for much longer than what I'm about to refer to. But if you've been here, I don't know, like what was this, like a year and a half ago, maybe a couple years ago? At some point, Toggle decided to try out the very first iteration of my static site generator, and he was messing around with the templating language, and he was purposely typing it wrong, and he wasn't getting good error messages from it. And so after that, I decided to take the templating language more seriously, and I wrote a HTML parser because I wanted to then build on top of that my templating language. And so that was the first iteration, where basically I wanted to parse HTML right and not parse HTML wrong. And I was parsing HTML wrong because it was using a three-seater grammar for HTML. Like, I was parsing HTML using a three-seater grammar. If you don't know about this stuff, let me tell you one thing. Do not use three-seater for parsing stuff correctly. Three-seater is cool for syntax highlighting. That's it. And that's, how can I say? I'm not knocking on. I'm not saying that three-seater is bad. I'm just saying that three-seater is a tool mainly designed, maybe not only for this, but mainly designed for being fast and being good at recovering when you have messed up syntax in your in your editor. You don't use that for proper parsing and like analyzing data. So I wrote my own parser, and then in the last 7 months, I implemented all the nesting rules for HTML, which is painful. And it turns out that nobody does it. I wrote the first ever, not only language server, but probably the first ever tool. I might be wrong, but I think I wrote the first ever developer tool that validates all the HTML nesting rules, attribute rules. There's a few that are still to-dos, but the 90+% of them is fully implemented. I even tested paid products like what's it called, JetBrains WebStorm, and that one doesn't do all the validation that I do, and it's a paid product. Even browsers don't do that. Well, yes and no. Browsers do correct validation, I believe, but they also
have insane recovery rules as well. Browsers, right?
Yeah, browsers also apply recovery rules. In my case, I don't, since this is a tool it's a language server, right? So you're writing the HTML and you shouldn't be writing it wrong in the first place. So I don't attempt a recovery, and I just tell you that you're doing it wrong.
I think that is the thing that will be on every programmer's tombstone. Like, you shouldn't have been doing it this way anyway. So like, that's just you should not have done this in the first place.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see my screen share, but these are the errors that I put out. Like, you'd never see these from a tool. Let me briefly change my screen share, my OBS scene, so that people can see what I have on my desktop. Like, you can see maybe some tooling that tells you, you know what, you cannot put a div inside of a p element, but you never see the other ones. For example, nothing tells you that you can put an anchor element inside of a button as long as you don't give it a link. Because if you an href attribute, because if you give it an href, then the link becomes the anchor becomes a link, and you're nesting an interactive element inside of another interactive element, and that's forbidden according to the spec, etc., etc. There are so many wonky rules. Holy shit.
So Freefall wants to know if this is compatible with any editor that supports ALSP, and as much as I want to say yes, I probably shouldn't answer.
Yeah, it's I would say almost. So Helix is configured by default to use Super HTML for HTML. So if you have it in your path, it works. Then all the other major editors are supported. VS Code is totally supported. For VS Code, you don't even need to download the CLI tool, because for VS Code, I have a WebAssembly build of the language server, and so it's bundled in the extension. You just get the extension and it works. But I think the only one that lags behind, so this is why the answer is not a full 100%, is Zed. So here's what's happening with Zed. And it's my fault, at least in part. So what happened is that at some point, I needed to make a new release of Super HTML, and I copy-pasted some code from my other projects where I basically have a build command that builds all the release versions for all the major targets all at once. And then zips them, so I can then, just drag and drop them into a new GitHub release and call it a day. The problem is that the code that I copy-pasted creates XZ archives, which are better than gzip in terms of compression. And actually, the reason why I switched is because as I was coding this stuff in the first place, people in chat were bitching that why was I using gzip when I could have used XZ? Well, guess what? Zed does not support. Zed has an extension system where they have the concept of downloading a tarball and extracting it, but they don't support XZ because of the vulnerability thing that happened in the past. Apparently. So basically,
but that vulnerability has been fixed, though, right? Just to be clear.
The vulnerability, yeah, totally. Also,
even like in like old Debians and whatever, that will be patched out, right? So.
But also, I would be surprised if there is no native Rust implementation of the compression algorithm.
That could very well be.
So, like, I haven't checked, but I would bet money that somebody has done it by now.
This is now a betting stream. We've been taking all bets.
Everything, I mean, Toggle, everything is gambling. So if you want
everything
to
is gambling, yeah. There we go. Except gambling, though, right? Everything is gambling except gambling.
Well, if the gambling is not disguised even a little bit, then you realize that that's what you're doing too explicitly, and then it's not fun anymore. It's funnier when you're not being told that it's gambling, I think.
Too right. Okay, so you've written this thing and you're practically done with it then, right? And someone mentioned in my chat they want to use this with Cocoon, right? It should be compatible with that, right?
It should, yeah. So if Cocoon supports LSPs, which I believe it should, you just need to plop in the config lines to make it work. I don't think I have a guide for Cocoon, so if you do figure that out, please do contribute some lines for the README. Look, I have here VS Code editor support in the README, VS Code, NeoVim, Helix, Flow Control, Vim, Zed. although rip Z because I fucked up these poor people trying to maintain an extension. So yeah, if Cocoon is not super trivial, please do contribute a paragraph. Also, I guess the last thing I should say is be aware that this works beautifully with clean HTML. Also, it doesn't have to be necessarily an LSP. Like you can use it from the CLI for both checking and formatting. But
so you can, in other words, you make this part of your CI workflow as well, right?
Yeah,
so you can fail the build if someone written malformed HTML in there, right?
Yep. And what I wanted to say is be aware only though that this doesn't work too well with templated HTML. If you have templated HTML, then some rules cannot be evaluated correctly because you have a templated value. Like some rules are based on the value of an attribute, and if that is parameterized with your templating language, then there's no way for my tool to know that that's the case. And I haven't implemented support for any templating language for now.
I wonder if chat would go through the same thought process I did when we talked about the templating support, right? So for those of you who don't know about templating in HTML, right? So there are a lot of like web backends that support templating languages. So you do some kind of server-side rendering, and you want to include variables from some context on the server side. Maybe you pull in like a username and something in there. And you want to print that in the HTML. So the way you do that would be to use some kind of template syntax that is then parsed by the backend and then output, right?
Yeah.
So normally that takes the shape of like double curly brackets, and you put in your values in there, or it's like I think PHP uses the question mark, equal sign, and all these things, right? So when you mentioned the difficulty of this, and I wonder how chat. I have to pause the stream and wait, but I wonder how chat would approach this issue as well. If they would do the same jumps that I did, and inevitably land in the, oh shit, this isn't really that easy to solve, because it looks so deceptively simple when you first look at it. You'd be like, okay, well, you got the start and the end, right? What's the problem? But there is a lot of problems in there. Okay, so how do you oh wow, Karatham, that looks like something from like classic ASP days. I don't know.
Yeah,
right?
there's a variety of those things.
Yeah. So but that is the or is that, I don't know what Ruby does. Like Ruby has but they have their own thing.
I have a nice answer to this. You've asked a very interesting question. So but to conclude, if you want to use this with that templating language, you have to do this. You have to use the syntax only flag, which you can also configure for the LSP. Well, like you can pass the same flag for the LSP. And if you have VS Code in the extension settings, there's a checkbox where you can enable syntax only mode. And the idea is this will disable, unfortunately, all the nesting validation, because again, then I don't know, maybe you can, turn it on one time when you invoke it from the CLI just to see if it catches anything useful, but then it cannot be generally on because you will be doing weird stuff with your templating language, and there is just no way to make it work nicely, at least with the current implementation. Or running it on the final generated HTML. That's a great way of doing it. Okay, I'll say just one last thing. I'll point out one last, I think, interesting feature about this system. And then I'll answer your question, Toggle, about Ruby, which is genuinely interesting. No joke.
Overselling the Ruby aspect of this a little bit now, maybe. I got really high expectations now.
Oh yeah, you should. So here's the last thing that this thing does. It's a formatter, so you can do FMT on on HTML. And it does formatting in a way that is kind of clever, where basically the way it works is that if you put a space between a start tag and its body, then you're asking for vertical alignment of the full body. So it basically does vertical alignment for you. And if you remove the space, then it pulls up also the closing tag. Now, I'm aware that white space.
I got a question.
Yeah, please.
I got a question. All right. So if you if you put it on if you look at like the reverse one where you kind of had the close and div tag, that's the one, right?
Yeah.
And it puts everything on one line. Is there a maximum line length that it will respect?
No.
And it will fall back on the other one?
No. Here's the problem.
Okay, I just
somebody
wanted to be difficult. I didn't think you did.
No, somebody asked for it. The problem is that white space has semantic meaning in HTML. So this is already what this transformation, I feel like it's fair to make, but it's already messing with white space enough. Fixed line length, setting aside from the fact that different people have different preferences for what the maximum line length should be. And here's what I want to do with this tool. I want it to be configuration free. I don't want to allow you to do any configuration. And I'll explain in a moment why I want to do this.
Going the goal route then.
Yeah, in this sense, in the sense that, by the way, it also does auto formatting for attributes. So you put a space between the last attribute and the closing diamond bracket of the start tag, and that gives you this auto formatting. So like you save and then you get this, where basically it's vertically aligned, first attribute on the same line as the element, and that's it. And the diamond bracket goes on a new line, which might seem weird, but I promise you this is the superior choice. Single diamond bracket on a new line, not good looking, but mechanically better than.
All right, we got some controversial takes in my chat here. It says this is not good for HTML, says editorial. But so why is this not good for HTML? This is not good for HTML in my opinion, but we should know why is it not good for HTML. Let's hear it. We're on board for the debate now.
I didn't know what this is. Is it like my LSP?
I'm assuming it's an entire formatting tool, right? It's not good for reading for team members. Okay.
But what? But is this about fixed new lines? Maximum line width, or is this about vertical versus horizontal formatting, or what?
I thought it was the formatting tool in general. Okay, we need more information.
Yeah, we don't know. We need more information.
We need more information to have the debate.
Yeah, we need to know what this is specifically. So here's the idea though, the overall idea. No configuration, and it's not just being a gopher at heart. The point is that you have it's flexible because you can negotiate with the auto formatter. By the way, Go doesn't allow you to do this stuff. I believe that with the Go auto formatter, you can't negotiate at all. It's just pretty much one way of doing it, and that's it. Maybe it keeps new lines if you put a new line and it doesn't delete it for you. But that's like if you separate a few like chunks of lines, but that's it, I believe. So the point is that this creates like normalized views of HTML. And so what you can do, this is a powerful thing. I actually recommend you try it out if you work a lot with HTML, because that means that things have always the same structure. It's either horizontally aligned or vertically aligned. The attributes are either in this style or in this style, no other weird in between. Just as an example, imagine if this diamond bracket, imagine if the auto formatter, or you don't have an auto formatter and you have a team member that decides to leave this diamond bracket here, and then you don't realize it, and then you try to put an attribute below, but the attribute is actually now in the body of the element, and it's just random text, so it can be there and it can have whatever syntax it wants. And so the tooling, maybe you will see that the syntax highlighting doesn't match your expectations, but if you don't notice that, no tooling can tell you that that's wrong, because that's not wrong. That's just random text that you put in the body of an element. So my point is, normalized views are cool. Do try having them. We do that in Zig, and I think I personally really like it. I don't necessarily love the formatting style that the Zig auto formatter uses, but I do love the fact that these things are normalized, and it requires you fewer brain cycles to look through the code. And you can use this tooling. There's a fmt -check that you can run. So there's a check flag for FMT, where basically you can put that in CI and you can fail CI if a file is not auto-formatted. So basically check that returns a non-zero exit code in case that something is not normalized. And so that way you can force your colleagues also to do this. And by the way, this should work also with templated HTML, although to be fair, some templated HTML, you might prefer also the templated tags to have formatting rules for them. And right now, this tool doesn't understand any templated language, so it might not be optimal for you. But it would work, for example, with Angular templates.
So I think someone mentioned up in the chat as well. Like, would this work with React components?
No.
I guess not because of the templating.
But that's JSX. That's not HTML. Like, it looks like HTML, but you put it inside a JavaScript file. So React and JSX, it's not HTML whatsoever. It's vaguely meant to look like HTML, but it's not an HTML file. Do you error on XML self-closing tag syntax? 100% yes. Self-closing tags do not exist in HTML, and it's misleading to leave them. And it's such an obvious truth once you start working on this stuff, or even a little bit. And I 100% disagree with anybody that wants to put self-closing tags in HTML.
Making this work would be a rabbit hole. Yes, probably. I think again, like I haven't dealt with React in like many years now. Last time I had to touch anything that had React involved, the double brackets weren't used to start and end. But JSX templates, right? Yeah,
but that's JavaScript. I'm sorry, that's if you write a JavaScript language server, then you can decide to support JSX syntax in it. That has very little to do with this. I mean, it has something to do. There is some overlap, certainly, but the reason why this is not, I don't consider it under the purview of this tool is because it's a JavaScript file. Like the outer layer is JavaScript file, and then you have these snippets in there that maybe you want to auto-format, validate, and whatnot. And some validation rules should be the HTML validation rules. If the JSX is JSX that outputs to HTML, but it's completely different. And also you have to do this, JSX is not directly tied to DOM. Like you write JSX elements, and then those can be then lowered to HTML elements if you're targeting a web browser, or they can also lower to, let's say, native elements if you're targeting, like if you're using React Native, for example. So in the second case, none of the HTML rules applies whatsoever. And so...
okay, well, hang on. You're saying that not... So now I'm just curious about this, right? So none of the HTML rules applies to JSX, right? So is there an official spec for JSX that in the same way there is an official spec for HTML, right?
Yeah, no, I don't think there is. I think there's an implementation of it, and that's it.
Yeah, because as I said, it's like HTML is kind of like it's a big spec. There's a lot going on. It's a lot of rules, and these rules, you probably don't think about any of these rules when you do something with HTML, because you do just use a small subset of it and the way that you used to using it, right? You don't think about like floating point parsing in HTML. So, and I guess in JSX, you don't think about floating point parsing either, because that will be part of how JavaScript does it, right?
Yeah, so I think that the correct way of implementing this checking would be that the JSX... okay, let me preface with this. It's a mess. I don't think there's a clean solution because the fundamentals are like the basic infrastructure in JavaScript is broken. So, but the way I think this would have to work is you need to be able to make a debug build of your React application, which I guess you don't exactly do that. I might be wrong, but I think you don't exactly do that. But you can run it in with the live development mode, and I think that's basically debug mode. So where you have basically the browser window that updates automatically whenever you make a change. When you're running in that mode, the JSX code should run extra validation whenever it's rendering a component hierarchy, because the component hierarchy will translate to a specific set of HTML elements, and that's where the validation should run and say, wait, you're trying to put an anchor with a link instead of a button, and you can't do that. So that's where those rules should be validated. But it's basically, it would have to be JavaScript code that runs in live in your browser tab. And I guess you normally wouldn't want to keep that on. Like when you make a production build of your application, you probably don't want to have all that extra checking running the client machine. I'm guessing. And so that's what I was saying. You need like a debug build and a release build.
Okay. So what's the next next move for
you want to see what the
on?
Ruby stuff is? People linked ERB earlier. So ERB is the Ruby in HTML, or I think not only HTML, into whatever you want text. It's basically PHP, but Ruby. But they have a new one called Herb. So not just ERB, but HERB. And they are walking in my footsteps. I don't think they're thinking of it that way, and they might not even be aware of what I'm doing at all. Still, I'll claim that I was the first one to complain about this, and they are doing something about it. So let's see, Ruby Herb. Yeah, so I'm not gonna show you.
We get to see your YouTube history now. Wonder where this is gonna
go. So this is not. Let's see. I'm not gonna show you the entire talk, but there is something interesting where this is basically, I think, the interesting thing to look at. Actually, maybe
feel free to dump this in the chat as well if you want.
Yeah, I will. Copy link. There we go. Send it also to YouTube. Okay, so basically, this is the idea. The idea is that maybe there's an even better example. I think there was one that was like very nice, but so I'm trying to find the best example here that I can show you. I guess this one is the best one. I think there was a better one, but I can't find it. But the point is this. Basically, this is still the usual curly brace templating language. Oh, there we go. There we go. That's the slide that I was looking for. So, okay, this is the templating language, right? And it's the same mess where they don't have curly braces, but they have, basically random text elements that can be placed arbitrarily in the HTML source code, and then they get, basically search and replace, analyze, and then replace with their content. Well, what they do now is this. They basically, instead of having the templating language be parsed as the templating language elements and then just random flat text in the middle, they now parse everything together. So they understand at the same time HTML structure and templating language elements. So that, I assume, forbids you from being able to do certain messed up stuff with the templating language where you compose HTML elements by concatenating text together, but at the same time it works with the templating language. It understands their templating language and it understands the HTML structure at the same time. And that's the whole idea of my templating language, doing this kind of stuff. The difference is that they are retrofitting it on their templating language, while I'm making a templating language designed from scratch based on this principle. I don't know how many compromises they will have to make with their system. Maybe they won't have to make any. But in any case, this is advancement. They're finally doing this, at least for Ruby.
Okay, and so a bit of context. What do you know what they were doing before?
Yeah, not this. They were basically
not this.
Yeah, they were treating HTML as just flat text. They were detecting template language
They were parsing
tags.
their tags in the pure plain text, right?
Yes. Plop there whatever text happens to the tag happens to evaluate to, and then that's your final output. Good luck. Maybe that's valid HTML, maybe it's not. We don't care. That was basically
yeah, because in that case, it was never about the HTML. It was about getting their context variables into the text documents. As far as they're concerned, then
exactly
it was fine to just have it as a text.
Exactly.
Plain text. Right?
While this one is...
That makes parsing a lot simpler, though, right?
Absolutely.
I can understand why someone would do it that way.
It makes it also more flexible because at that point you can template anything that is also stuff that isn't HTML if you want to. I've worked at a place where people
have used Jinja for all kinds of templating that has nothing to do with HTML for configuration templating and all the wonderful things that people do, right? So there is that.
I've had colleagues that have used templating languages to template like even Microsoft Word documents, well, docx to be precise, but and similar stuff. So yeah, the flexibility is nice, but it's not nice when the tooling doesn't help you at all. You know, there's a spec, there's a language form schema specification, and the thing doesn't tell you at all what's right or wrong. And the result is that people just don't know how to write correct HTML. And understandably, because the rules are weird. And the result is that they get weird behavior in the browser because, you know, for example, if you nest a div inside of a P, the P gets what's above the div becomes one P element. Then you have the div element, and then below the rest of the previous P element becomes a new P element. So basically the P element gets broken into two with the div in the middle. And if you had, for example, you know, padding or border or something like that in your P element, now doesn't match up because now you have two P elements, and so you see two boxes instead of one. And all mistakes have weird consequences based on how the recovery works. And so then you think that you don't understand CSS, but in reality, you didn't do anything weird with CSS. It's just that you did wrong HTML, and the browser recovery had a weird interaction.
Preval says, does it matter if you turn P into a block element with CSS? No, but P is a block element by default, is it not? If you put two P's after each other, they're going to be blocks, right?
No, it doesn't matter, because being a block element or not is not the problem. The problem is whether being a flow or a phrasing element, and that is HTML spec terminology, which has some vague connection with being a inline versus a block element, but it's definitely not a one-to-one. So what you would have to do is turn the P into a flow element. I think there's an attribute that allows you to change that. Like basically, I think it's as or role. Like you can basically take an element and turn it into another element. But
how much useless stuff do you think you can do with HTML because someone thought this might be good to have?
There's an endless amount. They have, for example, so you know how everybody uses code and pre. So you want to show a code snippet, so you put code element, and then usually you have, you know, semantic meaningful white space in your code snippet that you want the browser to respect, and so you put that into a pre. But then they also have samp for sample, where they say it's a sample of something. Then they have output to show the output of something. And then they have, I believe, var, which I think is for variables. I may be wrong, but they have like 3 or 4 different, slightly meaninglessly different ways of doing basically code. And that's one. There's another
So
one. Yeah.
when you think about, I'm just gonna jump in here with this, right? When you think about something that, and we'll come back to this in more detail later, maybe. But I say that as if we have like a scheduled program. But when you think about restrictions breeds innovation and artistic choices, positive
Yeah.
artistic choices, right? So for instance, if you take your camera and you go out and you say, I'm only gonna shoot in this format, I'm only gonna shoot black and white, and I'm only gonna use this lens, right? Then you give yourself restrictions and you have to be creative within these restrictions. And the same thing goes for programming languages as well, right? I mean, you are heavily involved in the Zig programming language. So there are probably lots of things that people have asked for in Zig that you can solve in other ways, and by solving it in other ways, you are keeping the language simple, and you have to be a little bit innovative when it comes to solving certain problems, but you are doing that at the cost of your development time, maybe. But in the grand scheme of things, you get a less complicated language. Which, if people want a less complicated language, then that's good, right? If they want a more complex language, then maybe they shouldn't be programming that language, should do something else, right? So to come back to this thing, if we actually removed like 90% of the HTML spec and we just had 2 block elements and inline element, and that was it, right? Do you think? I mean, imagine how much simpler things would be in terms of, like, I mean, obviously you need more than what I just said, but if you could reduce, there are so many things that we have them, and the only reason that we use them is because we have them, when in reality you could probably live without it. There's a lot of things that we could live without that doesn't add any real benefit. There's like a lot of it's a big cost for no real added value, right?
Yeah, I think you're 1000% right. There are some, I mean, the ones that I mentioned, like code versus sample versus, I don't know, whatever, those are, at the end of the day, it's like, it's redundant. They're basically elements that could not exist, but at the end of the day, you could even almost treat them as, aliases for the same element implementation, almost, maybe. There are some elements that are definitely problematic. For example, there's meta, where basically meta elements, you can use a meta element, for example, to prefix all links. So, when you put an href and you can put like a relative path in there, and usually the relative path gets resolved against the overall domain, where based on the local page location. You can have a meta tag specify an implicit prefix for all of those. So you can basically, in your meta element, say, well, you know what, all links are actually prefixed by google.com/. But then there's rules where that meta element has to be put before any other element that has links in it. But then what happens if you don't do that? Like, what happens if there's links elements before? Then what is the recovery strategy? And so the browser probably needs to implement rules where, like, a system where basically it retroactively updates all the things that it has already parsed. There's the HTML tokenizer needs to be JavaScript aware, because the JavaScript has the ability to inject HTML text into the document. And so you need to evaluate them in lockstep. So you tokenize up until you see a script tag. Then you have to evaluate the JavaScript. If the JavaScript has modified the source code, then only then you can jump back into the tokenizer and continue tokenizing. Unless the script element has defer, async, well, in any case. So there's all this stuff. And you could totally do without. We were thinking about this actually in a, not yet serious manner, but who knows in the future. If we ever decide to do a Zig browser, I think, I guess it depends on who wants to do it. But if I'm going to be involved, I will probably argue for this approach where we don't attempt to make a HTML fully spec compliant browser. So we don't attempt to go let's say the Ladybird route, But instead,
wait. Hang on. Slow down.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that you're gonna build a browser? What?
I'm not sure if I will, but we are occasionally thinking about this type of project in the Zig team. I mean, I can tell you that as soon as async comes out, I'm gonna work on my Discord alternative, like in a serious manner.
But don't you think that building a new web browser is kind of an insane take for? So I don't want to dissuade you from doing something, but it sounds insane because you are going to. So okay. Before I call you mad, tell me why. Like, what's the not like why? Okay, because we never have to justify anything we do with our own time, right? That is ridiculous. Anyone who thinks that, you're a fool. But if you want to build a browser, there is probably a reason for that, right? A very bespoke reason. So what would be the reasoning for building a browser, right?
So the core reason I would say for this type of, by the way, another discussion that we've had, although this one is more, Andrew is more interested in it than I am. Although I would say I'm also interested. I'm just, so I'm not saying that I'm not interested. I'm saying he's more interested in it than I am. But I'm also kind of interested is a new email client. Man, I just cannot find a decent email client like a desktop one. Everything that I use, I don't like. I don't know what's going on with that. And he was using Thunderbird, and he was complaining that he showed me he has Thunderbird. I mean, we get a fair amount of emails because, you run an open source project that's big enough and you start getting tons of spam, people that contact you for a variety of reasons. And so you have to do email, let's say semi-seriously. And like his Thunderbird was like falling apart. And here's the funny thing. It was saying that this was not the case in the past. Like every Thunderbird update made it worse and the interface more laggy. And like every time he needs to like bulk delete emails, like Thunderbird is like struggling.
I left it behind many years ago. I gave up on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but in general, all of these discussions start from the idea of, I would like to have this for myself. Then there's maybe also a angle where you could argue that doing that type of work would make sense also for the project as a whole, because even though it's not core, like for example, I worked on this HTML thing and on my static site generator. Is this core to making a programming language? Not at all, but
making a web browser is core to make a just
right.
Look at Rust, man. You gotta have a web browser, otherwise what do you got, right?
Now the point is that what you could argue is that it's it can be good for other reasons. For example, my motivation for basically spending money that the foundation has, because I've spent my time working on that during working hours on a static site generator, it's because a good static site generator makes people in the community want to create more websites for the projects that they're making, and having a good website for the project that you're making helps with adoption, helps make it more popular. So in the end, my argument is that it's a good tool to have in the community. So that's my reasoning for my static site generator. And then the HTML language server work is basically, tangential to that. For a browser, obviously you don't have sure, I guess technically people in the community could use it, so you could say that, but it's not the same as a static site generator. But the general idea is that it would be a big impact project, right? And so it's one of those things that you can do to, I don't know, I was about to say prove a point, but that's not exactly it. It's basically it's a way of proving that it can be done with your language, for example.
Okay, so it's a way of showing validity of the language, right?
Yeah. That said, here's the point. If we do it, here's my argument. I don't think we should do a browser that is fully spec compliant with everything. I think that we should make a browser that supports a sane subset of HTML. So it supports only a sane subset of HTML and only a sane subset of JavaScript. So the idea is that if you're making a website that is compatible with that browser, then it is guaranteed to be compatible with all the main browsers, right? So you restrict yourself to a subset. You don't extend.
No, and no, I said no. Okay, so the reason I just jump in with my big no is so like, okay, so what? Well, first of all, my no might be invalid because I don't know what you guys have qualified as a sane subset, because that's a loose term, right? But here's the gripe. There is a few years ago, there was a new element introduced called the shape element into the HTML spec. But neither Google nor Mozilla could figure out and interpret that spec the same way. And they ended up with different implementation for this functionality. So they didn't work the same. Yeah. So people already assume that either Firefox or Internet Edge, almost said Internet Explorer, but Firefox or Edge or Chrome or what's the one that no one cares about? Safari, the new IE7, right? So Safari, they already assume that one of these browsers are the gold standard, right? So they're gonna go by that. So it's kind of a sort of like an opinionated thing to say what's the gold standard. So if you implement the browser with what you qualify as a sane subset of HTML, aren't you just running the risk then of building a browser where some things don't work and they shouldn't work, but they work in both Chrome and Firefox? So people will say that your browser is broken because these two big browsers have implemented, or maybe Firefox, Chrome and Safari. I don't know the market shares these days, but anyway, they're gonna say that your browser is broken because it works in these other browsers. And when you say, but all these other browsers are doing it wrong, people's counter argument is always going to be, yeah, but this is what people use, so we go by that, right? So I think that it's the right take for making a browser if you want to make one that is usable in your lifetime, given how big the spec is. Like all the things you need, the layout, the rendering, the JavaScript engine, which I guess you could probably patch in V8 or something. I don't know, right? But like there's this insanely endless amount of work. When this has come up in conversation in the past in my community, I've said that to build a browser today is probably the same monumental undertaking as building an operating system. So building a mainstream browser is like building a mainstream desktop operating system. Obviously, that's not a one-to-one, right? There's a bit of hyperbole maybe in that comment, but the point is there. So when you say you want to build a browser, first of all, it sounds really exciting. And at the same time, it sounds like one of those ideas that I have at 4 a.m. And when I tell people, they try to make me leave instead. So what's the like, what do you imagine time-wise it would take to get something from nothing to a usable state, right?
How long it would take? Honestly, I have no idea. I guess it depends. It depends heavily on who would want to work on it. If you just made a wild guess, and disregard chat's equally wild guesses in this encountering you.
I
don't know, a year or two, but with one caveat. So here's how I would approach the problem that you described earlier. The point is, when I say that we only support a sane subset of HTML, I'm not saying that we just ignore the parts of the HTML spec that we don't like. What I'm saying is that we formalize a subset of HTML that how can I say, we brand it, we give it a name. It's like sane HTML. And when your website doesn't have that, when your website has, like, for example, a shape element or whatever, I think it's area. In any case, it has an element that it's not part of our subset. We show an error screen. We show an error screen that says, sorry, this website doesn't conform to sane HTML. and then you have a button that says, show it to me anyway, but know that parts of it will be broken. And the point is that you know how it's the same idea of websites that work with JavaScript disabled versus websites that don't work with JavaScript disabled. So that's the idea. The idea is that we make it a point, we clarify what is the subset of HTML that we want to support. And if your website doesn't support it, if your website doesn't conform to it because it has more stuff in it, then we detect it and we just show it explicitly to the user. And then the point is that you, as the developer of the website, you decide if for you being saying HTML compliant is worth it or not. Just like you as the developer can decide if you want your website to be usable with JavaScript disabled or not. Whether that goes mainstream or not, obviously, no, not guaranteed. But if you do it this way, then I think you have a non-deceptively broken user experience, because you're not, silently breaking whenever something happens. Like you're explicitly saying to everybody, look, this is what we want to support. We don't support this thing, so And if you do that, you reduce the scope of the complexity of implementing a browser significantly, like really a lot.
So the more people are arguing against you, the more I want to support you now, just because I'm contrarian in nature, apparently. No, I'm kidding. But here's the thing, right? I think it's really good, and it's a good sentiment, right? I personally think that browsers should stop auto repairing web pages, let them fail, and the developers of these things can go and fix their broken shit. I 100% agree with this, and I used to wrangle this bullshit for decades, right? So I am 100% on board with that. If I got to redesign the web today, which apparently I'm not allowed to, but if I was, I would take away JavaScript entirely and divide the web into documents for reading the way, and it's not an alternative to PDF, right? We're still talking about like loading web pages with links and all that stuff, right? And then we have an application context that can run binary blobs or whatever. And that can be what you use for your single page applications kind of thing instead, right? So yeah, we can get a web that is readable and usable, but given the way that things are moving today, I don't think that's ever going to happen. And anything that threatens the standards we have today, I think that will be penalized, right? So, it's a noble goal, and I will definitely beta test your web browser if you bang out a web browser, because I use NoScript by default, so I am accustomed to browsing the web without JavaScript. But I can also tell you that I get a lot of "How do you live like this?" comments when I do as well.
I don't run with JavaScript disabled, but I do make all my websites work with JavaScript disabled. Every single one that I make. I make a point of doing that. So Dota 2 Attitude is saying, I don't know what the sales pitch for this browser over Chrome or Firefox would be. I can tell you what it is. The sales pitch is obvious if you think about it, and actually fairly compelling. The answer is that you have a browser that doesn't take hundreds of megabytes or gigabytes to keep a handful of pages open, and that is significantly, probably at least 100 times faster than current browsers, because current browsers are all implemented. They're all C++ messes with object orientation, pointer chasing, virtual interfaces everywhere, because in part because of the HTML spec is defined in terms of object orientation. Like when you read the spec and you have to implement the runtime behavior of an element, they talk about inheritance, they talk about calling methods, they talk about so the HTML spec not only tells you, what the things should be, but they also tell you how to implement it. So, for example, when they find a syntax for an attribute, for the values that you can give to an attribute, they also tell you, here's how you implement a parser for it. Usually their suggestions for how to implement the parser are awful. They're really bad ideas. But then when you're a browser implementer, you have kind of this conundrum where you can follow the spec one-to-one, and then you can trivially guarantee, or like fairly easily guarantee, that you're fully spec compliant, you haven't introduced vulnerabilities or weird incompatibilities because you're doing things one-to-one, or you can try to reinterpret the spec and implement it in a more efficient way. That's what I did with Super HTML, for example. The way they tell you to validate these rules, it's again OP bullshit, and I don't do any of that. I can promise you that Super HTML would be significantly slower if I did it that way. But I can sympathize with real browsers implementers, because they have to worry not just about nesting rules, they have to worry about runtime behavior, which is way more complicated. So the idea is that the browser that I'm talking about, that only supports a sane subset of HTML and a sane subset of JavaScript, would be able to basically not employ any OP bullshit and selectively choose which features to support or not, also based on the implementation cost, not necessarily in terms of complexity, but also in terms of efficiency. So, for example, you take out JavaScript's ability to pump out new text that becomes HTML text. And it's like, sure, you've broken some messed up websites, but I mean, that's a capability that you can live also without. So that's how it would work. And then you would get and then, at least from my perspective, the point is not necessarily to just restrict the browser to pure documents. I think it's fine to leave, the runtimey stuff, whatever. I mean, I think it's a reasonable argument to have, although it's a separate one. But my point is that even if you leave the runtimey stuff and interactivity in, the majority of it, I would even argue, you could still have at least 100 times more efficient browser, at the very least, because the current ones are a complete C++ mess. All of them.
Yeah, I think about the Serval project. So I think the Serval project is a little bit penalized, and not a little bit, it's quite penalized by the fact that they was started in the very early days of Rust, and it has kind of legacy Rust code in it. And I'm guessing you would end up in the same camp, or a situation rather, with Zig if you started the project with the Zig compiler as it is today. So because you can go back and fix things that has these legacy code, but at some point you will move forward so fast that you don't spend any effort going back and fixing the legacy stuff, right?
Yeah.
It's a noble goal. Conversely, I would just want to ask, but what you're describing kind of exists already in various shapes and forms. There are very small and light browsers out there, though, aren't there? And they are not mainstream or well-known. Admittedly, they don't have the promotional power of a mainstream programming language behind them, but they exist and no one uses them, right? Are you not worried about putting so much effort into something that might not get the traction it deserves then?
I don't know. Which examples are you thinking about specifically? Stuff like Gemini or Gopher?
Well, no, these are protocols, and they are a different beast. Although, admittedly, I would have loved to see the success of Gemini. I think that kind of aligns more with what the web should look like in terms of information sharing, right? We're not talking about like your Facebook, Instagram, and all these things, or Twitch even, right? We're talking about, I wrote a spec and I shared that with you, and this is a really good way of doing it, right? We have a small subset of tags that we can use to format something and then render it in some fashion or other, right? There's no if I want to write a spec and share that, I don't have to sit there and think about like, oh, what should I have like an on-click event on this button where it pops up a box that says you're the millionth viewer on my website. You want a prize, right? And that's maybe not that, right? But there are other small browsers. And I think what's it called? Is it GTK WebKit? There's a project called Sciter, SCITER, that was supposed to kind of do this for the world of Electron, right? So we have like this really small browser. So you're like 50, 150, 200 megabyte Electron apps could become like sub 10 megabyte instead, which is a pretty big move in that space, right? So I think it was Sciter that did this. Let me a quick look. Sciter project.
By the way, Toggle, sorry. While you search for that, I really need to take a quick bathroom break because
go for it, right?
Sorry,
I've known this for a while. I've just been doing this to you on purpose. Okay, I'm kidding. Go. Right.
Yeah. By the way, Freefool has run Google's search webpage through Super HTML, and I asked them to post a link to it. I'm now curious to see it. In any case, I'll be right back.
Okay, so Christoph, share my screen before you go. It's gone already. All right. Anyway, so I need to change my OBS. Sorry, I realized that I'm looking at Christoph. There we go. Okay, so on my screen, I'm looking at this thing, and it's using a browser written in GTK. That's the graphics backend. That's not what I was thinking of. I thought that there was like a really small GTK web browser, then maybe NetSurf. I'm guessing this is just someone's hobby project that hasn't been touched for. Yeah, okay, there we go, right? Comparison of lightweight browser, then, right? Okay, so here we got loads of these things, right? Qt WebKit might be the one, or GTK. Is it a GTK WebKit, right? But these ones, there are like there are loads of these things. Okay, links might not be the the one that comes to mind here, right? There is Surf from Suckless. W3M is also, but if we, it doesn't say here whether they are using a graphical backend or not, right? But there is no doubt that there are very small web browser. There's a WebKit GTK. That's the one, Skylar. WebKit GTK. And I think that's supposed to be quite small and have some modicum amount of support, right? So yes. Okay. All right, there you are, Crystal. Okay, so WebKit GTK was the one I was thinking about. On my screen, I'm looking at a list of browsers. Some of these are terminal only, like Links and W3M, right? But there are lots of projects doing this that have sort of like small web browsers written with like, so if you take away JavaScript and you have some kind of fallback for when you can't render an element, whether that is an error message or something else, right? Then you can probably get a browser up and running in 1 year. I don't think that's impossible at all, right? When it's like doing the layout and the flow of that stuff, there's already documented, and we're talking about doing things with like block and inline elements in general, right? When it comes to the layout passes and so on. So I think that can, even though I don't know it at the top of my head, but I think that can probably be figured out, right? But we do end up with a browser that is kind of in this space, right? And how, like, what is the, by what means will you try to succeed and get a market share where these other ones have failed? Maybe. I mean, you never have to justify anything you're doing because you want to do it, right? That might be the answer.
No, I think it's a fair question. Yeah. Okay, so here's my answer. I suspect that these projects, I cannot speak with full confidence about each and every single one of them because I don't know most of them. But my guess is that I see a lot of C++. So none of these browsers, I suspect, brings in any gigantic performance win the way that I'm thinking about. I see a GPL license, so they smell like GNU projects. And with all due respect, GNU projects tend to not really have a great user experience. They don't give you performance because it's messed up C++. And then GNU projects tend also to not know how to figure out the finance part. Most GNU projects, even gigantic ones, are in a weirdly bad financial situation where they, the project maybe is gigantic, full of plenty of users, but then they never got a way of getting money from them in a way that you wouldn't believe. I don't know if I told you about GIMP, the story of the GIMP, the image editor. It's insane.
Not the one that you have locked up in the basement, but
no,
the image editor. Okay, got it.
Basically, the GIMP is, it's the GNU equivalent of
Photoshop.
Photoshop. And in some ways you can say it's not as good, but it's also a miracle. They never paid contributors to do work until 2018, where they first published on their blog. They published basically a post where they endorsed the I don't remember if it was Patreon. I think Patreon links of the main core contributors, 2 main core contributors, and saying that basically the GIMP project fully endorses donating to those links, because donations given to the GIMP project that were handled through the GNOME Foundation could not be employed to pay people. They could only be employed to run events and buy hardware. So if you think about it, it's insane. Like, the GIMP is a miracle. So with all due respect, that's not how that's not how you make a project successful. And for example, in the case of Zig, this is one thing that we pay attention to, and thank freaking God we're getting right, because there would be no way for Zig to be to make progress if we couldn't pay contributors. I mean, I wouldn't be here today right now. I mean, not to say that what we're doing right now is, a major thing for the Zig project, but like, we can afford to do this because we get money. So long story short, I feel like these projects, chances are they are probably not doing the key things right. They're not doing performance right enough. They're not doing the financial aspect correctly enough, chances are. And lastly, at least for now, in the Zig project, we are enjoying a weird amount of momentum around everything Zig related. We're to some degree, we are riding the hype wave. For example, although to be fair, that we, in quotes, we have the most popular Gemini browser already. I say we have, more specifically what I mean is that the most popular Gemini browser is maintained and has been created, I believe, and is being maintained by a member of the Zig community. I don't know if it has any Zig in it because he started the project before, but he is a member of the Zig community. And okay, that being said, think about it. Mitchell was able to get a lot of people to install Ghosty. And doing a terminal emulator also is not easy, right? Maybe it's not as hard as making a browser. I'm talking about convincing people to use your thing. I'm not talking about implementation complexity. So I don't think it's easy to get people to install your terminal emulator. But Mitchell succeeded. It's not easy to get people to use your database written in an unstable language. So far, Tiger Beetle seems to be succeeding. So
I think I want to just inject something here, and this is for the benefit of the Zig community as well. I'm saying this.
Yeah.
If you want to build something and you want to get a boost, you want to get traction, then do so in an up and coming programming language because the programming language community will boost the signal.
That
right?
helps. Yeah, for sure.
I mean, in the same way that I think if Ghosty was written in Rust, no one would have cared because we have Alacrity, we have Western, we have what other bullshit that is out there. Like we already have
Alacrity
a
is
bunch
Rust.
of Rust. Sorry?
Alacrity is Rust? I didn't know that. Cool.
Oh no, it's Rust. Rio, that's and the Rio I hadn't even heard about until like I think maybe it was like last year. It was that terminal emulator that could run in the browser, so WASM blob of it or whatever, right?
Yeah.
So no one's gonna care about your if you want to make a browser is a good example, right? A terminal emulator, a text editor. If you're going to make anything like this and you want to get your project promoted, if you are capable, right? Like if you're a terrible programmer, you make a bad product, no one's going to care, right? But if you are a good programmer and you make a good project, there's still a chance that no one's going to see your project in the noise. But if you are attached to an up and coming programming language, then I think so. Tiger Beetle and Ghosty are both being heavily signal boosted by the SIG community. They are allegedly, I say, because I've used Ghosty, but I haven't looked at the source or anything like that. But they seem good, right? So they are allegedly good products, right? I say that because I haven't evaluated them, right? And they are benefiting. So both SIG is benefiting from the existence of this project, and these projects are benefiting from SIG, right? So I think it's absolutely. If you have an idea for something, I don't know what it looks like in the game engine space, or I don't know what other places where people like to. But I guess a game engine space is a bad one because you are looking for a finalized product, right? Something that you can run, like a binary you can run. Like a terminal emulator, but there are probably like a few of these things where you could, if you're good enough, you can get a massive signal boost from like the SIG community, right?
Yeah.
So
that is definitely something that happens for real. I still think that. So people were saying that for example, Ghosty is successful also because of Mitchell. For sure. I mean, the fact that Mitchell made it definitely had an impact on that. That said, I mean, to also echo what Toggle was saying earlier, in any case, that's not a pass for doing a crappy job. Like if Mitchell didn't do proper engineering with Ghosty, the name would not have been enough to convince that many people to install it. That said, Ghosty
it would have gotten a bump, but then if it would have been bad, I think that the SIG community would not want to attach themselves to it, because this is what, for some reason, this is like a conversation that's been had many years ago, but there's no reason why we can't have it again, or the topic it is, right? So when someone makes something new, a new language, the thing that people want to know is what good software has been written in that language and what big companies are using that language. And the funny part is, when you go, what good software has been written in that language, that is actually a reflection of the engineer or the author of the programmer, right? The programmer is a good programmer doing something, and they used SIG. So it's not like if I use SIG, then I can suddenly write a terminal emulator. But people still seem to have that mindset. But if this guy can do this in this thing, then the language must be good, right? And then completely disregard the merits of the program. So Mitchell wrote Ghosty. It's like, no one cares about him. That's like, he wrote it in SIG. That's why it's good, not because he wrote it, right?
Yeah. I think that if Ghosty was mediocre, basically what would happen is that, regardless of what signal boosting the Z community would do to it, you install it, you use it, it crashes on you, or, it poops itself in a variety of ways. And then, after a while, you uninstall it and go back to whatever you were using before, because decent terminal emulators existed also before Ghosty, for sure. Also, let me just point out one thing for clarity, so that the people don't get so that I don't trick people into thinking that Ghosty is better than what it is. Be aware that Ghosty has some core features that are missing. Most importantly, it's missing the a buffer search. Like you can't search your history, so that's usually an important feature. They're gonna add it. I think it's scheduled to be added for the next release, but currently it doesn't have it. So it's still a work in progress project. It's very solid. What it does have works, at least in my experience, really well, but there are still bits missing. So with that being said, but there's one thing in any case. So sure, Mitchell's work is good, and so that is a necessary, maybe not sufficient, but it's definitely a necessary condition for success. But let me tell you one thing. My projects are being adopted nowhere as near as popular as Ghosty. I'm also not making a terminal emulator. People seem weirdly interested in terminal emulators more than I think they should, even, if you ask me.
You guys have an unhealthy attitude to a terminal emulator. You need to stop it and go outside immediately.
I mean, there were so many people so insanely excited about Ghosty. And I mean, Ghosty is good, but you can get a decent terminal emulator before. So what?
You can even get one that is decent, that's written in Rust. I mean, I'm just saying that, you know.
But my stuff is getting adopted. Like I didn't pursue it, but Super HTML is now default in Helix. So man, that's a quote from, I think, a Rust guy that has it as their nickname, right? Like a rising tide lifts all boats. I forget his actual nickname. I think it's without boats.
Mm-hmm.
Although I don't know what happens, what the implication is. Like a rising tide without boats?
It's a civilization without boats.
Oh,
starve. No, it's not that, but something like that.
Oh, is it? Then I misunderstood the name. In any case, but what if you're a submarine? I don't know, man.
You can't be a submarine, right? Then you have. Then you're like. Then you. Oh, whatever.
Man, what if you're a bird? Then if you're a bird, a rising tide, it's basically taking away airspace from you. So I don't know what happens at that point. But in any case, even my stuff is getting taken somewhat seriously. And I mean, I am putting effort. So Super HTML is not perfect, but it is a serious enough project. Same with Zine. I'm tackling stuff from first principles and putting in a good amount of effort. But I don't know. I'm a dingus. And yet some people at least are using my stuff. To give you some numbers, let's look at this. VS Code extensions, Super HTML. Okay, just so that we're clear, I don't have like a billion people using Super HTML, but the VS Code extension
has... How much time did it take you to sit there and install and uninstall it 2,000 times?
Right.
I'm kidding.
I did that entirely on ZSF time.
Oh, good times. No, but that's, I think it's more impressive the amount of GitHub stars that project has, because it was kind of, I've seen you work on it on stream now and then, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't seen any noise about it outside of what you've been talking about it. So you have been the view into this project, right? But you still got like 1,100 stars on GitHub, which means that it is, I would qualify it as a significant project then, right?
Yeah, well, at least significant enough for GitHub to tell me that I need to pick what's the term? It was asking me to pick a successor for the project. Have you ever seen
I think logo comes before successor, though, right? Have you thought of a logo for this yet?
I thought about it. I have to sit down, fully design it, and then pay an artist to make it happen. But yeah, I have an idea for the logo.
When you say pay an artist, you mean Stable Diffusion, right?
Yeah, of course. The best art comes from that, right?
I say, and it's not possible, right, to detect AI generated art from those ones, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so right. Before I jump off into another direction, right? Do you so you gotta pick a successor to this thing well, what in case of a bus factor situation or
Yeah, I honestly found it very disappointing when GitHub showed me the pop-up asking for a successor. It's an open source project. The way you get a successor is you die and then somebody forks the project and continues it.
Thanks a lot, GitHub. What do you know that I don't?
No, I mean my point is that that's how open source is supposed to work. Anybody should be like forking a project and continuing it should be considered the main way for a project to live on, and not me appointing a successor. Like, what does that even mean? So I find it a disappointing perspective that GitHub has on open source. It shouldn't even be prompting that to me. I think it's dumb.
No, it is an odd one as well, and also like a successor, right? I'll tell you an anecdote now about my life here. I went to the doctor's yesterday, and I said I want to like run a battery of tests, not because I think there's anything wrong with me, but rather I am now getting to be a little bit older, a little bit more gray, so I wanted to do the standard test to see if I have like elevated values, which could indicate prostate cancer and all these things, right? So I go to the doctor and I say to him, it's like, I want to check out like these values. So he says to me, so like, what's prompted this? Like, why do you, what do you want to know about these things? Like, and then he started asking me questions, right? But he's asking me questions before I finish answering my questions. So he says, all right, what has prompted you to do this? And I said, well, I'm getting to be a little bit older and it's probably good to do this. And he starts talking about how this is good to do this thing. And while I'm telling him why I'm doing this, he also asked me, do you have anyone in your family that has any like illnesses related to prostate or whatever, right? And I said, no, not at all. And then I continued to tell him why I sort of was thinking about this. Okay, so not too long ago, my father-in-law passed away from prostate cancer, and he looks at me and goes like, "But he's not related to you, is he?" And I was like, "No, because I didn't marry my sister."
You oh my god, you got the Alabama question.
Oh, it was funny, but in my doctor's defense, it was really good because he's like, you know what, we're going to order these tests and a bunch of other tests. And because of how the check for prostate cancer in the past, how that has been. And I was like, what do I do now? And he goes like, you go to the lab and they do the test there. And it's like, and it's only a blood test. And he looks at me and goes, yeah. And I was like, okay, because I was mentally preparing myself, but okay, it's just blood, right? Because being a friend called me a while ago, and he said, why don't we go and do like check our levels? Because we're old and now. And I was like, okay, you know what? I had no thoughts about doing this. Like the thought of cancer never even entered my mind until he said this. And I just thought, you know what? That's probably a good idea to go and check. If you have it and you catch it early on, you can deal with it. And if you don't have it, then you have like a reason to celebrate. So there's only like benefits to going and having a checkup, right? Is that the Kaufman's daughter? Yes, that is it, right? So yes, but luckily for any of you who are a little bit like not in your 20s anymore, going and having like checking your levels is just a blood test these days, right? You don't have to worry about anything else, right? So that's good, right? So yeah, I'm looking forward to that. But I don't remember why I ended up with thinking about this, but there was something that you said that led me to think about this anecdote that happened, right? But I mean, we were talking about the terminals and stars and no, so not the terminals, but GitHub's successors. There we go, right? So yes, okay, that's how it was, right? So yes. Yeah. Well, anyway, so yeah, you don't have to name a successor. You're absolutely right. Like it's just subject to forking, and that's how things live on. Right? That's how many projects have like. It's not just naming a successor, right? Forking is better because the project gets shut down for one reason or other. Just look at things like YouTube download, right? That project been shut down over and over again, and that just gets forked and transferred into other things that people can keep using. Forking is great, right?
Actually, people should like feel allowed to fork stuff whenever they want. Not that every fork, is worthy of respect necessarily, but like for example, I don't know, maybe people in chat will have a different opinion, but I think at some point people forked Rust and made Crablang, and like I think that what they did was search and replace the name Rust everywhere, made a commit for that.
I think there was someone who had like some grand illusions doing that, and I thought that was kind of that was such a yes, it's good that you can do it, but it was also kind of a childish reaction to instead of like solving the problem, it was more like, nah, then we're going over here, we're doing our thing, and you're not invite. My child used to say to me every time she was angry, she goes, well, then you can't come to my birthday party. And when I saw the Crablang fork, it reminded me of that, of my little child going, you can't come to my birthday. And I'm like, but I'm the one who's organizing the bloody party and I'm paying for it. How's this going to work out? But anyway, yeah, so I was never thinking that Crablang was going to take over. And there was, I think there was a big misunderstanding around that as well, because they went out and said, nothing has been finalized. This is what we're talking about. And everyone got really angry about it. And yeah, there was some really odd takes on that, like how it was treated. But good grief, there was such an overreaction to it that you wouldn't believe it. And at the same time, if someone did fork your project and said, okay, so imagine this is not an entirely unrealistic situation. Someone says, we want to support template tags, and you say, you can't easily do that. And they say, but we want to do it this way, where we just ignore everything in curly brackets. And as we talked about this, realize you pointed out to me that if you do that, you can actually declare attributes in different curly. You can't know which attributes are duplicates and which are wrapped beside control flow, inside control flow, right?
Yeah.
And they go, but we don't care. And then they do it anyway. And then because the majority of people in this hypothetical, I have no idea if it's true, but the majority of people want this fix, and they start using the fork instead, right? That would be quite frustrating given the amount of time and energy you put into that. And then someone just takes your code, goes off, and treats it like it's their project, because they forked it and they did this thing to it, like they saved the project and they are now the heroes and you are somehow the villain, but you're the one who wrote the project. It's a bit crazy, right?
Yeah, it comes with the territory though. I think that before you press the publish button on a repository with an open source license, you need to be fully at peace with this being a possibility. I think that if you don't, it's on you. Like, you made a mistake.
The usurpers have come and you made a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, it's for example, people that make an open source project, like a relatively small one, and then it starts getting used by a giant company, and then they say, wait, but why is now AWS is now making a bajillion money off of my tiny JavaScript library because it's included in their, I don't know, dashboard. Why are they not paying me? And it's like, dude, you decided to give this out for free. It's like, I don't know, if that's a problem, then you shouldn't have done that in the first place. That said,
I agree with. Right? If your final goal was to make money, then you should have been upfront about that one way or another, right?
And that is not to say that big companies cannot have a bad influence on an open source project and do things that they shouldn't be doing. That is definitely not the case. Case in point, my experience with Redis has been that AWS takes Redis, applies patches to it to remove capabilities, and occasionally also introduce bugs because it's AWS. They don't do anything correctly, and then people go and basically the open source repository becomes support for a AWS product, and that is not cool. I mean, if the project is big enough as a database / caching system, and it's not just a tiny JavaScript library, maybe you could make an argument that AWS should be more graceful with, let's say, profit sharing. I know it's funny, I know, but maybe you could make an argument. That said, it's not. You shouldn't expect that because you decided to publish things under a certain license for free, and so you cannot blame others for.
You're absolutely right. You can't, and I 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean that I would absolve Amazon of sin, because apparently I have that deity-like power now. But I wouldn't say that. Amazon's profiting on this JavaScript library, and the person, if they want money, they should have said so in the first place. I think that, but I also don't think that Amazon should, like the glutton that it is, just continue to consume, right, without giving anything back. But I do kind of have very idealistic views, right, and I try to maintain a life that works like that.
Yeah.
But that also means that I'm never going to be on the board of directors for Amazon, right?
I think
good for business.
I think you can make a very concrete argument against AWS's behavior, in the sense that while yes, they are not required to pay the project back because they don't have to. So the part where the issue tracker of your open source project becomes support for an AWS product, that part is ass. Like, that part is,
oh god, yeah, that should not even happen.
That part, I would argue that the company should be legally required to do something about it. That's
how would sorry, okay, go on, but I want to come back to that.
Okay, the last thing that I will say though is, for example, Zero Joanne is saying at least pushing fixes upstream. Let me tell you something that I know from working behind the scenes, and that is not being said publicly. AWS made patches to Redis, but they don't want to maintain those patches because it's a downstream fork. So they still want to pull from the upstream project. So they want to get new changes to the code, but then they have their own patches. And so, when you have a branch and then you have to rebase it, right, on master, and now you have conflicts. And actually, maybe you have conflicts, maybe you don't, but still stuff breaks anyway because something changed, in a way that it doesn't result in a conflict, but something critical changed. And so now basically you need to retest all your changes, and you need to do that for every release. AWS didn't want to do that, and so they wanted to push fixes upstream. But keep in mind, pushing fixes upstream is not giving back. It's basically saying, look, I made this mud pie. Can you please maintain it for me because I don't want to merge it? And nobody wanted their fucking shit code. Nobody wanted it. Like, they have tried for maybe years to get patches upstreamed, and nobody wanted that crap. I think that, I cannot speak with full certainty for anybody, for anti-Reds, but I suspect that, him being the lead, the project lead, he did not want that crap. So he did not want to merge any of that. If you want like a big example, not just like, individual lines that maybe do tiny things in the code base, AWS patched into Redis, TLS support, because being a cloud, they wanted encrypted connections to the database. But Redis as a project is usually something that you keep, in a private network. You don't expose it to the internet, and so it doesn't need inherently encryption over the TCP connection. But AWS being a cloud, users not trusting the infrastructure because it's managed by somebody else, they also wanted to be able to do encrypted connections to their Redis instances. So that was something that AWS wanted because of their, well, the wonky way that the cloud works. And Antares, I would argue, reasonably didn't want any of that crap. So he didn't, I suspect, I don't know for sure, but I suspect he didn't believe the feature to be really that important. And it would bring in extra complexity that he didn't want to maintain. But AWS, and every single time somebody pointed out that AWS was profiting a ton with Redis and giving nothing back, they would always say, what do you mean? We're giving the code back. We do want to upstream the code, but they're not merging it. We are the good guys, I swear. So
going forward, it should be an altruistic PRs only, right? Things that will help people, things that will help mankind, not anything else, right? But no, I get that, and then it totally can be done by companies saying that, and not so they're not contributing fixes to issues that has been opened by anyone but themselves, right? So you open an issue, then you contribute a fix to that issue, and that is only self-serving, right?
Yeah.
So that doesn't really help, right? So speaking of PRs, if you start to get an influx of PRs for Super HTML, and these PRs are mainly like AI generated PRs, what's your thinking around that?
Insta close and ban. No, okay.
Instant.
Okay, so here's the here's my perspective. The only good AI PR is one where you cannot tell it's an AI PR. That's the only good AI PR. The moment you can smell that it's an AI PR, it means that the person who made the PR did not have the competence, did not put in the effort to really know what they were doing, and they're delegating that to you. So I am not going to do review work of the output of an AI. The point is that usually when you get APR, most of the time, it would be more efficient for you to do the work yourself. Not every single time, but oftentimes it would be just more efficient that you just do it yourself. But I do think it's worthwhile putting in the extra effort to audit what the contributor sent and talk with them. Like, maybe they made some silly mistake because they don't know that you're supposed to, you have like a system where you always do a certain thing one way in your code base for consistency, because, it ties into a system that automatically checks for certain things to be true, whatever. And so maybe they weren't aware of it, and so they didn't do it the right way. So it's worth spending the extra effort to interact with them and teach them how to do that, because they learn, and then they can potentially tomorrow become better contributors. An AI doesn't learn anything. An AI doesn't become a better contributor because you had that interaction. I mean, eventually, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 5 versions later, that issue maybe will become part of the training data and probably will be lost in a sea of garbage. Maybe it won't. Maybe the thing will learn, but it's not gonna happen today. And in any case, then freaking Sam Altman is going to charge you for it anyway. So
do you think Sam Altman is maybe? Do you find him a little bit scary, the way he's kind of just going about business? The way he's like consuming data, and I don't care what people are saying. I'm reasonably confident that he does not have copyright to train on this data that he's training it on. Like I can't see how that can. How can you have an AI generate an image of something by description? If you say draw me a Coke can, if you haven't trained it on what that is, right? You surely must have had access to
for sure
images of it. Now you can take a picture of a Coke can and use that for your training data. That's one thing. And there are, I think in the UK, for instance, these laws, you could get in trouble for taking pictures of designs that other people have made and publishing your photos, right?
Yeah.
That's a thing there, right? But You certainly can't take a picture of your TV screen showing an episode of The Simpsons and then like train it. No, I'm training on the TV, right? And not so like surely they must. We know Facebook did this with the books, right? Because they got caught, but surely they must be violating so many copyright laws doing this. But at this point, no one seemed to be able to do anything, right? And I find someone who is so flippant with other people's creative work, someone who can reduce, say that you spend years developing and drawing a graphical character, someone who can reduce your life's work into some bullshit that AI can spew out. Like that, I find that person to be so morally corrupt that it can't be like, they can't be sane, right? That is so wild. Like AI for code is one thing, but yeah, sorry, go on.
It's definitely it's peak Californian startup, right? Behavior, like what is it in Python? You know how in Python there's this idea you can ask for permission or you can
oh yes, it's better to ask for forgiveness than for permission.
Yeah, exactly, right. Where you like, the example is like you can either do dictionary.get or you can just try to index into the dictionary directly and then you just handle the exception. I think it's the same behavior, right? Uber also did the same, and also a bunch of those companies that create these I forget what the name is, basically where they create these job markets where you can get tiny gigs, right? Like Uber or like delivery thingies, where they basically do a bunch of worker rights violation everywhere, and then they just wait for the law to catch up. Yeah, it's terrible. Well, I mean, I agree with your point completely, and that reminds me of basically. So you have you seen that a while ago? Elon Musk added a avatar for Grok on Twitter. Have you seen any of that?
No, that I intentionally avoid everything that has to do with that lunatic. But do tell me though.
Okay, so basically a while ago, so what happened is that by the way, the timing is not a coincidence for these things, but basically they made a update to Grok, where Grok started saying things that it was Mecha Hitler. Like Grok was saying that it was Mecha Hitler, and and basically Grok was going kind of insane, and some people were saying, wait, is this done on purpose? Is this a mistake? What's going on? I think that I haven't looked too much into detail into it, but I believe by chatting with some people that, care more about how these things work than I do, where basically they were saying that what was happening is that Grok was basically, the prompt was changed in a way where Grok would mistakenly take more seriously the person's posting history that they were replying to than they should otherwise. So it was taken more as a fact what this person had in the posting history than what it should have been. And so basically whenever somebody with the right kind or the wrong kind of posting history was asking questions to Grok, then Grok would basically riff on whatever their posting history was harder than it would otherwise. In any case, the whole Mecha Hitler thing got also national television, like it was, at least around here. So it was like a big thing. And so I guess partially as a way to basically get people to talk about something else, they gave Grok a avatar, and of course, what basically this avatar was like a female avatar. Basically,
I thought you were gonna say they made Mecha Hitler, because I thought that's a pretty bold move at this point, right? Like
that would have been,
you're alienating a lot of people now. But
yeah,
okay,
that would have been for sure. That would have been definitely the bolder choice. But basically, the Grok avatar, which I guess I can pull up. Let's see, Grok avatar. the Grok avatar looks like this, and let's see if we can. The Grok avatar looks like this, and I mean, it's I think that it was. You can kind of tell a little bit, I think, by looking at it, but it was also
a little bit
said explicitly that the Grok avatar is, well, okay, setting aside the obvious sexualization, but it was based on Misa from Death Note. Have you seen Death Note?
I've seen the live action one.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
So that doesn't. So my kid's really into anime, right? And she, I don't know if I told you the story. I told my chatters at some point, but I'll tell you again, right? My kid got really into like anime and stuff, and Death Note is an anime, right?
Yeah.
And at some point, you have to tell the difference between manga and anime. But so she's into this thing, and she sees Death Note live action. So she puts this on, and the first thing that happens is like this ladder just crushes a guy's head, and it's very visceral and graphical. So she just watched that part, and then she couldn't watch anymore because obviously she's a child, and she was expecting some kind of anime, but it was just insanely gruesome and gory.
Yeah.
Poor child.
Well, but you know the story of Death Note, then, right?
It's a book, right? You write in a book and someone dies. This is this demon that kills people, right?
Yeah, exactly. And the protagonist is basically this like genius Japanese guy with his own, well, let's say, strong morality, strong controversial morality, where he basically starts killing criminals. The thing is, the fact that Grok's avatar is based on a character from that show, it means that Elon Musk has been watching Death Note. Sorry, this is
that
all
is concern.
Yeah, this is all a ramp up to say Elon Musk has been watching Death Note. If you fully, if you let that sink in,
what was the role of this woman or this girl in Death Note again? What does she do?
She is another person that has access to another Death Note. She has a particular history with those demon entities, well, the death gods, and she then basically interacts with the protagonist, and she's a love interest-ish. In any case, she's a major character, and she also kills people with a book.
So she's a major character who is making individual decisions about who lives and who dies, right?
But
she also has.
I can promise you, like I mean, this is probably one of the easiest bets ever, that Elon Musk watches Death Note and he sees himself in the protagonist without a doubt, and
but isn't that the truth about all villains? They are never the villains in their eyes. They're always the good guys, right? This is what makes a good, convincing villain, right? Because if someone goes, I'm gonna kill everyone in the universe, right?
Yeah.
That's a very blatant villain. But if you start someone as they're trying to do good, but they are like constantly getting skewed, and they're making these moral changes to be able to continue to do good, but they're gravitating away from the original plan to do good, and their compromises has now led them to become the villains that they never knew that they were, right? That's kind of the
I think that, well, obviously the show always gives you a flattering perspective when it comes to the protagonist, meaning that even if the protagonist is up to no good, the way the story is structured makes you want to root for them. I do think that the protagonist in Death Note is never really, I mean, you never, if you're a, let's say, not a teenager, like if you're even remotely an adult person with a vaguely functioning understanding of society and politics, you would immediately conclude that the protagonist is not a good guy whatsoever. If you're a teenager without that understanding, and you might say, you might want to be the protagonist. I don't know. That is how I suspect Elon Musk sees Death Note. But the point is, even though you root for the protagonist, I think the show, like, again, if you're mature enough, there is just no way you can not conclude that the guy is not okay. There's just no way. Like, in that sense, I think that the show does well. Like the anime, the live action thing, I have no clue. I'll assume that thing does not exist.
Maybe that's for the best. But I think, I mean, anyone who thinks that they should be allowed to make a choice about whether someone else lives or dies, that's already such a particularly moral conundrum that it's even if you were in a situation where you decide whether someone lives or die, that decision, even like if you're forced to have it, that decision can't be made lightly, right? There's no way that that's even like, I think, I mean, we're talking about, we're not talking about you being in a situation where like a mugger coming at you with 5 guns and a bulldog, right? But like, we're talking about you sitting down at a desk and you have a phone with an app and you get a picture of someone and he goes, live or die, right? Like, you can't just sit there and like you're scrolling YouTube shows, or like Tinder, but death, live, death, live, right? Like, there's like the whole issue.
Honestly, I could see
in that situation is too insane.
Yeah,
right?
Honestly, I could totally see Elon Musk wanting to be able to do that, if you ask me. Yeah, well, but just also to be clear, the protagonist fairly quickly, like I think even in the first episode immediately, or first or second episode, he immediately starts challenging the police and then starts murdering detectives that investigate him. So just to be clear,
that is a great villain arc, right? Because you are doing it to be able to continue doing justice, right? So you're murdering the people who are standing in the way of justice. So you never realized when you became the villain, right? And I think that's a good villain, right? Death Tinder.
Yeah, you know what? I haven't watched it in a while, but I think it's gradual. In any case, the protagonist. By the way, for the people who have seen Death Note, we all know that Death Note ends basically like the real ending is halfway the full show. Like the second half of the show is basically filler. But in any case, there's this idea where the guy is not necessarily like, doesn't think of himself as like the bad guy. That said, I mean, he's fairly quick to adapt to doing whatever is necessary, and he definitely gets corrupted by power. And I think there's no aspect where he then realizes that, oh my god, what have I been doing? He never does that. He always doubles down. No,
I have been murdering now for countless days. I'm getting tired of murdering, but I have like no insight. There's no like self-reflection on this, right?
No, he always says, well, you know what, fuck it, let's kill this guy too. You know what, let's go even deeper. It's a good show, though.
But this show is an old show, right? The show has been around for a long time.
Oh
right?
yeah, it's been.
So anyone in chat is like, "Oh, all right, you're spoiling the show." You've had many years to watch the show. Okay, if you haven't seen it now, don't worry. Darth Vader was his father. Okay, just move on. Okay, there's like, we can't be spoiler free for life, right? Yet you haven't seen it. I've seen the live action one, right? I don't mind, but what was I gonna say? But yeah, but back to the like the AI conversation, right? It is kind of sad that we are destroying the art, and if there's, in the end, we'll just be left with AI slop, right? So when it comes to your creative side of things, right? Maybe you want to make maybe you want to make a video on Zig, and you spend some time editing and dealing with this thing, right? I mean, we talked about making videos in the private conversation a while ago, right? But when you're doing this thing, and then like 5 people watch your video, 500,000 people watch a video of like some AI slop instead, right? Doesn't that kind of fill you with a bit of disdain? So it's like a sad melancholy. You're watching like the decay of creativity almost. It's sad. It's saddening, isn't it?
Yeah. I don't know. Okay, here's a optimistic perspective on this. Again, positivity, not complaints, just positivity. So are you familiar with Umberto Eco?
No.
Okay, he is a very, very famous Italian author. He wrote books. He's also famous for, I think his description of fascism is the one that is generally, like, he has a bulleted point. Oh my God, might have been AI generated now that I think about it. He has a bulleted point list of what he considers the characteristics of fascist governments, because, you know, he's an old guy. He lived through that period. And
is this from like the Mussolini era?
Yeah, exactly. And he then moved to the United States and started teaching literature at some university in New York, I think. In any case, he's a dead famous guy. And one thing that I don't know if he was famous for this thing, but in any case, one thing that he said, at least at one point, that you can find also sometimes in history books, is that he basically complained that during his later years, basically book publishing became something much more available to everybody. So it used to be that during his lifetime, for a good period of time, the only way you could get a book published is if basically you pass the publisher review. So the publisher would work as a like quality filter. Either you pass that quality bar so that the publisher would want to publish you, otherwise you wouldn't be able to get your book out there. And now what he was saying is that basically now this is not the case anymore, because now any random stuff gets published, and he was unhappy because basically, in his opinion, this was lowering the quality. The average quality.
Are we kind of talking about self-publishing or something that we're not there yet? Is this still done by publishers, or where does?
I mean, nowadays we have pretty much full autonomous self-publishing. Well, at least through Amazon, right? You can publish your own book through Amazon, so that like you can get basically even printed paper copies happen without any publisher in the middle. Or rather, I guess you could argue that Amazon is being your publisher at that point, but there's like no human in the loop whatsoever. Like you literally go on the website, there's a thing called Kindle self-publishing. You upload the cover art, you paste in your ISBN number if you bought one, which you can buy from another system. If you didn't buy any, I think they give you one. Although then there's some restrictions if you do that. I think normally you want to buy your own ISBN number. But in any case, you do that, and then now it's on the store, and like you can buy a printed copy for yourself, and everybody else can do the same. So while normally with a publisher, they have their own branding, they put their name on stuff, they have rules about things. And you can completely bypass that nowadays. I don't think that was the case when Umberto Eco was alive, but it was at a point where basically the point of the publisher acting as a filter was not as true as it had been in the past. And he was lamenting basically that, now there's crap everywhere. I personally disagree with this perspective in the sense that I think that it is factually correct to say that obviously if you remove barriers, then you get more crap. And case in point, if you go and look on Amazon, there's a ton of AI generated Actually, maybe not even AI, but like automatically generated pure crap books, like straight up scams.
You're talking
like,
about like the SIG programming books, right? That was
Yeah.
made by that guy.
Yeah, there's plenty of those. By the way, we're starting to have a few real ones though. There's one called Learning Zig. By the way, there might be more than one called Learning Zig. It's a very standard name, but there's at least one called Learning Zig that is real. There is one called there's one by Pedro Pack called Introduction to Zig. There is one that is upcoming published by Pact, PACKT, I think.
That one's gonna get my immediate thumbs down. Just saying, because they are the like worst publisher out there.
Yeah,
I have bought 2 or 3 books by them before I learned my lesson. First one's like, wow, this is full of like typos and it's kind of bad. And the second one, I was like, okay, this one kind of missed the mark. It was not at all about the concurrency that was supposed to be about. And then the third one's like, no, I've learned my lesson now. This is just absolute terror. So I don't know, right? There could be that someone has published, or the Pact has published a good book, but if you haven't read any books published by Pact, you'll be surprised when you see the quality. We're not talking about like A Press, O'Reilly, Rocks versus something else. We're talking about this is so bad you can't believe how bad it is, right? That's like this. There's not just like the quality standard is missing. I genuinely don't think that they do any checking or proofreading of anything they publish. Absolutely.
Could be. By the way, sorry, I was getting confused. I think that the one called Learning Zig is from Pact, and there's another one upcoming from Manning. I think
Manning I respect. They have had. I think Manning is the one that has published the some of the books I've had. Right. So Manning I think has a decent quality content. Right.
But in any case, to your point, crap happens. Like nowadays, even if you go, so there's full blown scams out there through Amazon self publishing. There are crappy books because publishers don't act as a content filter anymore. That said, personally, I am in the camp of I believe in freedom when it comes to this stuff, and I'm willing to take the garbage so that we can have the occasional gem that would have been rejected by a boomer publisher.
Can I throw a counter point to that?
Okay, let me just say
go finish, and I got a question for you.
The reason why I think it's fine is because of the existence of recommender systems. The idea that you have, a variety of systems that allow you to basically distinguish between pure crap from potentially better stuff in a crowdsourced manner. Like recommender systems exist, have it's a very wide range of search systems and ranking systems, right? So some may be based on like I don't know, like Rotten Tomatoes. They have an index based on critics. They have an index based on the general public. You can have upvotes. You can have something that tracks clicks. You can have network things like think of PageRank. So you can have a variety of systems, and I think that basically the existence of recommender systems allows you to find your way through an ocean of garbage. And I take that in exchange of only having stuff published because the boomer publisher agrees with a give and take.
Okay, my counter argument is the App Store. Okay,
Oh,
do you
God.
remember the App Store in 2009?
We're talking about Apple specifically.
Yeah.
In 2009, no, I don't. I think that might be a little bit too early. I didn't have an iPhone yet.
Okay, so 2009, and maybe like the following couple of years after that, to get a game into the App Store, you first of all you had to pay for their arsehole license, of course, and then it was a chance that your application or your game would get rejected, right?
Okay.
No, this is before Flappy Birds, right? So anyone who wanted to publish something, this is before the era of gems and boosters, right? So anyone who wanted to publish something, they built something and then they submitted it, and it could get rejected, right?
Yes.
Sometimes for the wrong reason, but it meant that when you bought an application for like £1.50 or whatever, then there was at least some kind of quality control there.
Yeah.
Today, I think I have 4 games on my phone, and they are, well, I got Cultist Simulator, I got Bunny Hop, and I got Vampire Survivors on my phone. I have not been able to find a playable game. Now, that is not to say that because they just stopped the quality thing, right? But with publishing, especially publishing of books, you're not interested in hooking the reader to get more money out of them while they're reading the book, because the book is not an application. You can't keep selling through the book. They can put an advert in the back, but who cares, right? But the book can't keep prompting. So there was a time where mobile applications were almost like dependable. Like some of them had demos, some of them you had to just wing it and buy it, and whether it was fun or not, you had websites that did reviews for them, and like Doodle Jump or whatever, right? But we've taken all those restrictions away, and now anyone can just publish. And if you look at what is trending, it's just utter rubbish. It's just especially in the world of games, it is countless games trying to hook whales. So do you get this crap for free where you can buy energy or gems and boosters basically, and then they hope that there's like this one dude in Korea who's gonna spend $20,000 a month on this thing, right? Like that's how it works, right?
That's fair.
So I would like counter that, and the fact that like look at some packed books and you'd be like, oh no, this is actually quite terrible, right? Now, to be fair, I haven't read the book that you mentioned. Obviously, it was going to be published by Pact, by this person. It could be that it's good, but I'm 3 for 3 when it comes to terrible quality of the books. And I think you have to probably, like, if you search for why does Pact suck, you're going to get like countless arguments on why it's so bad. Saying all that, if I ever wrote a book, I wouldn't necessarily I would like to know what the publishing process with Pact is, right? Because I don't think I would self-publish a book, mainly because I have no idea what I'm doing, right? And I do think that a publisher will have a good publisher would have a level of quality control that you as an author might miss, right?
Well, okay, here's a counter example. Let me bring up my counter example. What about the Rust book? Do you need a publisher to tell you that the Rust book is good?
You don't, but it is published by a publisher.
Oh, they did go through a publisher. Why did they do that, man? Who's the publisher?
Want to sell a hard copy of it, right? So the online book is free. So the Rust community has a handful of books that are free to read, but you can buy a hard copy. The other one is Mara Boss, Locks and Atomics, which is published by O'Reilly, but it's free on her website to read. I have bought 3 Rust books. I bought 6 Rust books, or 7 in total, but some of them are by Pact and they are just terrible. But by accident, I bought the Rust book. I was going to buy another one, but I bought the Rust book. Rust Forestations, which is kind of like the follow-up, because at that time, once you read the book, there wasn't really anywhere to go from there. There was nothing that went into depth of like unsafe and pointers or a more in-depth error handling and all this stuff. That one kind of went into that. And then the Locks and Atomics, because those are interesting things to me, right? So I think they do have publishers to buying hard copy of the books, right? And I think that's that has probably caught. If anything, I'd imagine that these publishers, and I actually contributed to the Rust book myself, right? But it's a completely meaningless contribution, so it's not a flex. It's like a full stop or whatever. But I believe that the publishers that have reviewed the books have then fed back to them, and they have made that part free to read online. So no, I still think a publisher is like, if anything, you should at least have someone proofread what you write.
Yeah.
And I have not seen a packed published book that isn't riddled with typos and incorrect information.
I think that, yeah, I think that is totally fair. I would argue that if you are serious about it, you should 100% not go through a publisher for that, and you should instead pay yourself somebody to do the review for you. And I'm actually, I mean, to be clear, not everybody is in the position to do so. So you know, if you, for whatever reason, you want to go with a publisher and you want to leverage a service from the publisher, that's fine. But but the point is that, you know, you're not guaranteed to get a good reviewer. You hopefully, probably you will get a competent enough reviewer, but that does not mean that they're going to be really good at it. So ultimately, the best option, like the best outcome, is if you drive also that process.
Just to be clear, you're not the one who's written a book published by Pact now. So like,
no, it is not me. I'm working on a Zig book. I always have priorities that basically trump that, so I'm gonna be slow at it. But the day that I publish it, I can promise you, I will pay out of my pocket for the art and for like the cover art and any art that goes inside of it, and for the review. I will say though, if you are a competent enough writer, meaning that you generally know how to write something that is, you know, you just have a bit of experience writing. Like I'm not Umberto Eco, I'm not fucking Hemingway, but I have been writing professionally for, I don't know, the last 10 years by now. I can probably write something that is reasonably enough compelling, like interesting. And then when it comes to checking grammar, fixing, you know, maybe occasionally some Italian idioms will sneak into my writing. Actually, nowadays, I think that the AI is pretty decent at fixing those things. So I would say that either you should go for somebody who really is a expert writer who can, you know, can bring you to the next level of quality that you just cannot achieve unless you are a, you know, career copywriter, or actually AI is pretty decent. Toggle, somebody rang the doorbell. I think I have to get a package. Yep. I'll be right back. Sorry.
After these messages, we'll hear about Christoph's package. So no, okay. So I think the way this, it depends on the motivation for why you are writing, right? If you're writing because you want to sell a book, then that's one thing. But if you're writing because it's your passion and what you want to do is you want to get this book out there, then publishing your book, or rather releasing your book in web form for free for other people to read. You can see this with various, like The Nature of Code, Crafting Interpreters. These are books that are free to read online. And by doing that, you get a lot of eyes on your writing, and people can feed back to you. Say, look, you were supposed to write a vector, blah, blah, but you wrote your shit, fuck off, right? So you can get people who will correct bad writing or make suggestions. You also get a lot of people who make terrible suggestions. That's just how it is, right? But at least you get people highlighting mistakes, right? Yeah, and I like free to read as well, and I do buy some books because I think that it's good to support the authors, and I think the books are really good, right? Again, like The Nature of Code is definitely a book to support, and so is Crafting Interpreters, right? Even though you can read them online, and if you're a Rust developer and you're interested in concurrency primitives and stuff, then absolutely, Locks and Atomics is a good read as well. You can read it for free, but supporting the author is pretty good, right? I want every book to be free. If you finish it, you can send a few bucks to the authors. Yeah, why not? I mean, like there's oh, thank you so much for the sub. Thank you. The text is difficult to read on my screen now, but thank you so much, Mustafa, for the sub. Appreciate that. Yeah, I think if so it's like this: if someone's job is to be a full-time author, we shouldn't kill the job, right? We shouldn't force them into a situation where they, I don't know, become a web developer or a postman or whatever, like, or work in some space that they don't want to work in to support their passion, right? All right, I'm gonna hang off for this thing. All right, what did you get? We want to see what you got first.
I can show you. By the way, thank you for the Prime sub. Mustafa. Oh my God, Mustafa.
Oh, was that
Turhan.
no, that wasn't my screen as well. Mustafa.
Oh yeah, I don't know for which it is. Maybe it's for you.
Okay,
in any case.
we both got a sub. I don't know. It is confusing. But what did you get? What did you get? I'm new to Twitch.
My kettle died on me, and so I have a new one. Let's
For
do
those
the
of you who
unboxing.
don't know, when it says my kettle died, he means the microwave stopped working. But well, no, we're not doing that. We're not. I'm sorry.
No. I'd actually like the kettle, but let's see. I have a question for you. How many? So, what do you think? How many tea bags do you think I can pop into this bad boy?
That's a trick question because you should never put your tea bags directly in the kettle. But well, does it have RGB lights? That's the question.
You know what? I think that this one doesn't. The one that I had before that died actually did, and it was really nice. It had like a the body was glass, the middle part of the body, so you could see all the LEDs light make the water blue as it bubbled. It was pretty nice. But yeah, now I'm switching to this one from Bosch.
Okay,
we'll see how it goes.
What's the power drain? What's the wattage of that thing? 12?
No, 2000 to 2400.
Okay. All right. So it should boil a cup of water in less than a minute. Then I'd imagine.
Yeah. Well, that's but to be clear, it's because I'm using I'm not using tea bags anymore. I have just the loose leaf tea, and I'm doing it in a proper way. So
loose leaf tea, just straight in the kettle, and then just boil the shit out of the leaves.
And then I chew on it, and then I have like a thing where I spit it like it were tobacco.
So, exactly, chew the tea. So, but so what I was saying when you went walkabout is the way if you're writing. Okay, so this is what I was nattering on about. If you are writing a book for the sake of writing a book, but this is not your income stream, then I think releasing the book online, it doesn't really matter that much who publishes hard copies of the book, though, because the hard copies are for people who want to support you writing the book.
Yeah.
But the review of the book and the correction of the writing can happen through people contacting you through the website, going like, you've written something wrong here, or that's not right, and you've used 5 instead of the number 5, or the other way around, rather. Right? And I think that right. So that can happen. That's great. But if you're an author and you write books for like that's what you're good at, then you should be able to support yourself as an author. I wholeheartedly agree. So while I think the books should be free for everyone to read, I also think that authors should have a life and not just be, it shouldn't be like being an author shouldn't be a minimum wage job, right? You're living on like government subsidized income or whatever, right? So absolutely. It's a difficult one. But if I ever was to write a book, I would not write a book because I would profit from the book. I would write it and probably release it online and go through that process. And then maybe someone would publish the book and people could support the work there, but it wouldn't be like the main driver. because I don't think I'm qualified to write a book. In that
We're talking
sense.
about technical books, right? Or are you talking about any?
Yeah. We're talking about like
Okay.
fiction. Fiction. I am probably not very good at either, right? But I've been working on a book for my child now for several years, and I'm not past the first chapter, right? So I'm never gonna publish a book. I wrote one children's book that my wife wanted me to publish, but she did like a draft and everything, and there was a guy who wanted to draw the imagery for it and everything, but in the end I just thought I'm not really someone who's qualified to do this, so I never did anything with it. But no, I like writing. I absolutely like writing. I can't help but proofread almost anything that I read. I don't want to, but it's frustrating. I can't speed read. I can't skim very well. If I start skimming, I'll slow down and I'll start proofreading. Right? It's very
I think that chances are that if you write technical books, most likely you're not going to make a ton of money. I think that the rational thing to do in this case is to basically write a book from the perspective of boosting some other thing that you're doing, because you will get some popularity. I mean, Enrico was saying it as a joke, but I mean, it's not that wrong. You make a book, let's say that the book is somewhat popular, you get to be legend, you probably don't get tons of profit.
Do it for the clout, man. That's what we do. We do it so we can call ourselves authors, right?
Yeah, and then from that perspective, then publishing the book for free online makes sense. I mean, when I publish my book, 100% it's going to be free, available for free online. I will also definitely. So, by the way, we're now getting into the territory of why I don't like publishers. I am going to do, for example, I think 3 things that publisher wouldn't want me to do. One is that I will put on the website text that explicitly says you don't have to buy the Dead 3 version. Like, just use the online one, buy the Dead 3 version. If you really have to, I promise you there's nothing more in there than what it's online. Publishers would probably not want you to use that verbiage for their book. I mean,
I imagine some publisher would be okay with that. I can sort of imagine maybe O'Reilly would be someone who would be okay with that, because they already have such a massive name for themselves in that space.
Here's another thing that I would do that I don't think publishers would like. In my book, I'm going to skip all the usual preface. You know, where it says, look, the text written in this font between in these boxes is source code. My book is designed, it's meant to be consumed by people that already know how to do software development. So I will state for immediately at the opening, like in the first paragraph. And so I'm going to skip the obvious part. I don't think a publisher might like it. Lastly, I want to have in my book like some, let's say, extra content at the end. And I want to make a joke. I want to call it the lost chapters, kind of like Super Mario. And it's going to be pages that I purposely...
I get that reference, but damn, do you think anyone else will?
I don't know, maybe. I'll make it a little bit explicit. There's going to be a page that says, congratulations, you found the lost chapters. And they're hidden as well as you can put it at the end, and you don't show it in the main index, and which is not super well hidden. It's not super well hidden, but I mean, it's a book. What can you do?
Quentin, there is 100% print on demand book services, right? That is like what you do when you self-publish. You don't. So if you're gonna self-publish, it's probably a good idea not to order like 10,000 copies of your book, because you're gonna have a hard time selling that, especially if you haven't made a name for yourself. Who was it that wrote? Do you guys remember this? It was a while ago. Someone wrote some technical books, and they tried to sell these books, but it was all very like sketchy. Oh, we talked about this on stream, and now I can't remember that.
Did we?
Yeah, no, I remember. It was at least. Oh man, A-Press, by the way, Anakim is good. Anyway, I can't remember, but no, I think that's good. So one of the reasons you don't want a publisher is because you don't want to dance to their tune, right? You say you want to do it their way. But
Yeah.
if a publisher says, "Look, we're cool with this," would you take a publisher then?
No, absolutely not, because well, in any case, they want a piece of the pie, right? Okay, we're not already going to make a ton of money, but whatever money we're going to make, they're going to take a cut, understandably. But I don't think they're providing me with a service that I want to pay for. Like, I don't want their when you it's like it's one of those movies with the protagonist, or like somebody did a crime, and then they say you can pay for your own lawyer, otherwise you will get one for free by the system, right?
Pointed to, yeah.
Yeah, appointed to you, right? I don't want a random reviewer appointed to me by the publisher system. I want to have my own, and all of the other things that a publisher can do, I don't care about. To be clear, you know what? Even though I'm definitely against publishers, one thing that we can say is that still nowadays they do provide one service, which is like they have a distribution network. So if you are writing a book for some kind of hot technology, they will get that book to conferences, because oftentimes conferences have like a book stand by O'Reilly or something like that, and your book is going to be there among others. So and O'Reilly books are the ones that land in random libraries across the world. So if you self-publish, you have way lower chances, or maybe even no chances for that to happen. If you self-publish, but personally with Zig, I don't care about this. Zig is right now, it's small enough that even leveraging these network effects does nothing, and at the same time, I want to write a kind of book that is not meant to be, the bread and butter guide to a language, but it's meant to be something much more specific. So I don't want to pay for services that do nothing for me. I don't want to pay for the service of being nagged every month to pump out a new chapter. I don't want to pay for a clueless reviewer. I'm sorry, I'm being a bit negative here, but I don't want to pay for that guy to force on me a review process based on Microsoft Word, which, by the way, they have their own processes. And sometimes that includes using Microsoft Word in the worst possible way, where they you basically send back and forth doc files via email, and it's like, ugh, no, thank you. And then they do take a cut of the profits, understandably, because they have to survive. But then what have they given you back? I'll say just one last thing, and then I'll shut up. Sorry. Yeah. I think that people overuse publishers because they feel like the publisher gives them the right to write a book. Manning has been pestering the Zig community for years about finding somebody to write a Zig book. I've been in a call with some of them, telling them, look, it's too early, the language is too unstable, everything that you write has super short shelf life. They did not care at all. They have bombarding with emails every single person that has a Zig project with a handful of stars on GitHub, trying to find somebody to write a book for them. And ultimately, whoever ends up doing that is somebody that could have done it without Manning if they wanted to. That's it.
But isn't a publisher also someone who will help you sell the book?
Mm-hmm.
So a publisher is also promoting and increasing visibility to your book. In our world, I don't think that's necessary, because again, the Rust book is the Rust book. Everyone knows about it. And if you are this close to the Zig project, I doubt that there is going to be anyone who doesn't read what you're writing in that sense as well. So it's probably not that necessary. But let's say 15 years from now, someone who's a good technical writer has caught up with Zig and is able to produce a good book. But if you got the AI slop, it's not even, the thing is, AI slop means one thing. What happened with the Zig books that were generated and sold, that was a scam. So I don't think we should even call that slop. That's like a genuine scam. Yeah. So they have that to compete with. Like, they have all the rubbish that's been put out, and they have to get through there. And I think a publisher might help there as well. Now, I have no idea if that's true or not, right? I have no idea what a publisher will actually do for you. when it comes to publishing a book. I have toyed with the idea of writing. We said as a joke years ago that if I was going to write a book, a Rust program book, it would be like choose your own adventure, learn how to program Rust, right? And that would be it, right? But other than that, there hasn't really been any. I have no ambition of writing a book. I enjoy writing when I do it, and the rise of AI has done nothing to make me feel like programming is dying or writing books is dying. I don't feel any of these things around it. I do thought about the death of the art, right? I'm not talking about fine art, but I do feel like the death of creativity is happening from the consumer's point of view. But me writing a book or writing software, I do that for me. So that's not really it's okay if people like slop because I do things for me, right?
Yeah. Well,
Somebody
somebody out there
keeps asking about my favorite animal, and I'm just going to inject this. Clearly, the outlandish and incredibly dangerous, fatal to man, bunny rabbit. Reading books is also dying. So here's another wild claim with no data backed up. But if we ask for some data for this, I'm guessing we can get a blog post written by Elon, right? Is that about right, Enrico? Sorry. I'm just shoving Enrico under a bus here, right? Just bear with me. We'll get him out later. No. But again, these things doesn't matter to me, right? If people tell me a program is dying, art is dying, writing books is dying, reading books is dying, that has nothing to do with me. I don't feel less interested in reading than I did 10 years ago, right? I don't feel less interested in programming. I get tired by some aspects, maybe from like a fatigue of a lot of rubbish, but that hasn't changed anything. I can go out and get a job doing something else tomorrow than being a programming streamer, right? But my passion doesn't change because the field is changing, right?
I think, Toggle, that so starting from the fact that you are totally right that if a publisher helps promote your book to the point where, even though they take a slice of the pie, they can grow the pie enough to basically end up in a situation where even though you get a smaller slice of the pie, you overall get more pie than you would have otherwise. Obviously that's fair. And it is true that if you're writing a technical manual that is not too specific in its goal, meaning it's for the wider developer audience, and even better or worse depending on how you look at it, you're not even explaining a specific technology, you're writing some kind of like agile methodology, clean, like you're basically a new Uncle Bob, which with all due respect means that you're basically writing slop. I'm sorry.
You will be committed, all right? This is a murder happening right now, okay? You've committed a murder of poor Bob.
If you're doing that, then sure, you're like in a crowded space with an audience that is not too discerning, basically that they eat whatever is put in front of them. Then, yeah, if you somehow make something that is mildly tastier than the alternatives, and the publisher makes sure that your dish is put in front of enough snouts, then yeah, your stuff will be eaten more. I do think that if you're doing something that is more focused for an audience that is more discerning, then you don't need much of a publisher. You do need something to kickstart the interest. But like, I think for you specifically, I think that the community that you have, the audience that you have today, would probably be enough to get anything that you make, to kickstart anything that you make. Right now, we have you have about 100 people watching you. Obviously, selling 100 copies. So let's assume that everybody watching right now.
I should have been promoting my book already. Damn it, buy my book. I haven't written it yet. And there's no guarantee that it will ever be written or good. But please buy my book.
I think that even if every single person watching you buys it, that would be like 100 book sales, which is not a lot. 100 book sales is not enough to qualify as a success. for sure.
It depends
But
on what you qualify as success. Like you could kind of like you could do the thing where you'd be like, oh yeah, I'm a published author who sold
yeah, you
books, but
could.
don't go into any of the numbers, right? Because then it stop being impressive.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you don't have, and you are not gonna have millions of book sales for sure. But I think, a few hundreds, maybe getting into the thousands over time, like in the span of like 2-3 years, would be nice. Um, and it would be realistic in my opinion. But my point is that the fact is that the people watching you, there's network effects that happen, and I think that network effects between individuals are more effective than whatever network effect a publisher can create when you are writing something that is more focused. So I do think that if you write a book, a decent Rust book, I think that you already have enough audience to make that happen. I feel fairly confident in this statement.
I like your take on in your book idea, right? You're saying I'm not going to write another book X for beginners, right? You wanna basically write the book that was never written for Rust. Okay, there was John Jenks that tried to write this book, which was the Rust Forestation. Basically, you already know how to program, and here's like what follows after that, right?
Yeah.
I think that's good. Smaller audience, though, of course, right? So if we look at
Yeah.
audience reach, the more basic something is, the bigger your audience is, because
Yeah.
the lower barrier of entry, right? I looked at what you wrote, and I follow that to some degree with programming Zig, and I think it definitely has legs. I'd be interested to see where you go with it, right? If time permits, then I would totally read through it and program some Zig with it, right? So I think that would be good. I don't think it's as difficult, maybe. Like maybe it's not. I've never programmed before. Can I read this book? Then maybe not that. But if you have some basic programming knowledge, then you should definitely be okay following the book, right?
Yeah. And I don't know, maybe, okay, here's a weird idea. Well, I'm not saying necessarily that you should do this. This is just one idea that somewhat makes sense given what I know. But for example, if you were to write a Rust book where you talk about some of the things that you learned that are not mainstream Rust but that can be useful, for example, write parsers using indices instead of pointers, the value of having contiguous allocations versus pointer chasing all over the place, the value of using some crate that gives you struct of arrays, where basically you have this transformation where you don't have padding in your structs anymore, in order to maximize the utility that you get from your CPU caches. Those are like reasonably variable things that are not mainstream in Rust culture, and so that maybe could be an example of a niche, compelling book that definitely wouldn't need any help from publishers, and maybe that could bring enough value to the Rust community to basically give you the few thousand book sales over time. Maybe not.
I'll tell you why I wouldn't write such a book, because I am very jaded when it comes to this stuff, right?
Oh,
I
no.
always try to anticipate everything I present. I always try to anticipate, how can I present this without some fucker out there completely misunderstanding what I'm saying? And I've realized that it's an impossibility.
Yeah, it is impossible.
So
Okay, yeah.
the moment you say use, it's a solid take. Use indices instead of pointers, because you have a stable memory location through the index, right? It's stable, even though the underlying data can move. There's always got to be some asshole out there who'll present you some edge case scenario where they've pinned the thing in memory and there's no reason to use the index and it works there. So instead of having a conversation where you can tell people, like 100 people, look, this is a really good way of doing it, you don't have to go and update your pointers. You instead have one statement followed by a 2-hour-long conversation with someone insanely self-centered who is either intentionally misunderstanding, it's all coming out now, either intentionally misunderstanding you or is just not able to understand what you're saying. And my obsession with talking to everyone and not leaving anyone behind is so stupid that I could never write such a book because I could never anticipate everything anyone would say.
Well,
right?
but I think that would be true no matter what you do. I think in this case, my perspective, like the way I would structure this is you do this because your goal is efficiency, and I dare anybody here in chat to write a faster HTML linter than mine without applying these techniques. Good luck. You're not going to be able to. Not because, it's like if you employ these same techniques that I'm using in Rust, you are guaranteed to make something equally as good or better. If you don't, you're not going to get to my level. There's just no way.
But here's you've already set yourself up for failure now,
right?
Because then I will produce a linter that works on macros. So by the time you run it, it's already compiled the lint. It is completely useless, but it's the look, I can make it take no time because I baked this into the source code and it does something completely different. There's always like, you'd be like, you should go to the store and buy milk. No, because maybe I'm gonna be in space and there's no shops there. It's like the level of intentional misunderstanding So I get so hung up on these things. I can't just be like, I can't dismiss people and be like, yeah, but you're talking about an edge case that I don't want to get into. But at the same time, I kind of feel like if I don't, it invalidates my claim. So therefore, I will never again state anything as a fact. Right?
I think I'm gonna dare people to beat Super HTML though a little bit more. In my I think in my case, I have one barrier that protects me. Nobody wants to go and read the HTML specs, so I can make actually whatever claim I want. But
as long as you have like use cases you can run against a third-party program at the same time to be like, yeah, but you're only like 99% compatible with me, not 100%. So, no, it's the thing is, nothing is ever black and white. There's always edge cases to these things, and like 99 of 100 people know this, but there's always that one person who doesn't understand. And those are the people that instead of doing what I should be doing and just saying that, but that's an edge case, that's not what I'm talking about. Instead of doing that, I try to explain something to them. And it's just a complete, like, it's a black hole, right? You'll never get through. It's an impossibility, but I'll try nonetheless. So I like that you haven't become as jaded as I am, and that you still feel content doing these things because it's good and we do need it, right? So
I think
Enrico, you're not the asshole I'm talking about. You're pretty mild, okay? You're like a goblin that you let run wild because it's adorable at the same time, right? It's not you're not the boogeyman, okay?
No, I do get fatigued by arguing with people sometimes. But I still strongly believe that we can do better and we should aim to do better. And so I'm, I do get fatigued, but maybe my superpower in quotes is that I just, I'm the pig. When they say, oh, you don't want to get into the mud with the pig because then you realize that the pig likes it. Fuck it, I like it. Let's argue. I'm fine with it. I do get fatigued sometimes, but I'm not afraid of arguing with people, so I will argue. Look, in the case of a tool like Super HTML, right? My argument would be, look, okay, you made one thing that is faster for linking that specific document, but obviously that's not just an edge case. That's dumb. You want to make a general purpose tool that can be that should beat mine on average for reasonably sized documents, which is where it makes a difference. If you can do that, awesome, you beat me. Like, I was wrong, and your box pin version of the linter, it's amazing. But chances are that it's not gonna be. You can make it better than mine, but you will have to use indices. that's my bet.
Yeah, but I agree with you. I mean, that's how it should be, and I definitely think that. I mean, like me getting jaded is my own doing, right? Because no one told me to, like, why don't you engage all the people who are disagreeing with you on obscene and completely obscure points to everything. No, like, no one said that. It was a thing I started doing because I was worried about people not feeling heard and having the feelings hurt and like ridiculous things like that, right? But that was like that part is like long gone. And instead, I just became cynical when it come to these things. But if I could go back and not feel that way, I would love to write more and to be a little bit more like maybe produce more of that level of content. Absolutely right. What are we looking at?
Sorry, I was looking at the output from Super HTML, opening a Google Doc page, but the Google page is all minified and messed up. So whatever. I should probably, like, it's unreadable, so I should probably look into it another time. I just wanted to I just remember that I asked Freefool to upload this stuff and then I didn't open it, so I wanted to open it now.
Oh, all right. Gotcha. That makes sense. Now, the thing is, I think so. Performance is good. It's a good metric to have, right? But I would say that, or rather, so when you focus on, or like when you go to write software, what is coming to mind for you? Is that the performance of it? Like, is that like the key thing, right?
No, not strictly. Although performance, I think it's an important aspect of it. The way I think about it is, so the way I phrase it, and by the way, this is not just like my personal philosophy. I think this is an important question to answer for the community that we're building. So I'm like, my point is that I'm actively thinking about this in terms of shaping the Zig culture, which is not entirely up to me, but I definitely am a puzzle piece in how things turn out. And the way we phrase it is that your goal should be to write software you can love, where the idea is that it should ultimately, all software that you write is for the benefit of humans. That is, I think, a undeniable, the ultimate truth about all software.
I kind of feel like we could use that comment to segue back into AI again. We're not going to, but that is the least beneficial for human things we have done in a long time, right? But I will say one last thing on that, though. I do think that it's self-correcting, right? Just because I can generate a picture that looks impressive and interesting, that doesn't mean that people are not going to appreciate things made by humans, right? So, but yes, okay. So let's go back to what you were saying.
So the idea is that you should write software you can love, and software you can love. The idea of software you can love is that software should not be user hostile, and it should have a good user experience. Performance is part of the user experience. It's obviously not all of it. It's
very good tech.
It's part of it, but I think it's something that we're doing particularly bad lately. For example, you often hear about safety in Rust and security, and that obviously is another huge piece of the overall user experience. But I would argue that we are worse at performance than we are at safety nowadays. It's debatable. So I would say, while I do think that it's an ultimate truth
in the world written, I 100% agree with you on that one, because we are outputting a lot of code in languages that are naturally safe and also don't pay any attention to the performance, right? Yeah. Again, that is an observation. I don't actually have any numbers to say this is true. This is my observation.
Yeah, this would also be my experience. Like I don't experience everyday my data being leaked, people stealing money from my bank account, my computer being taken over by some attacker. Not saying that this does not exist. What I'm saying is that I personally, everybody, I guess, here in chat can think about their experience and maybe agree or disagree. But in my experience, mostly what I have gripes with is software that has a bad user experience more than when it comes to performance and usability and incentives behind the what the company wants to do versus a matter of security. That doesn't mean that security is not something they should think about, but we are not that bad at it. Or rather, we are better at it than I think we're better at other things, performance and overall user experience. So the software that I've been working on in recent times, it tends to be developer software. And that developer software, when it comes to developer software, I think especially performance is important because you don't want to write a language server in JavaScript. I say this as if the majority of language servers out there wasn't written in freaking JavaScript. But you don't want to.
Well, it's inherently safe, and V8 is reasonably performant, right? It's highly optimized.
Yeah, but then you open an HTML document that has more than, 1,000 elements in it, and it starts pooping itself and lagging like crazy. So my point is that for developer software, you especially want to think about performance because performance is a gigantic part of the overall user experience of software for developers. If you're writing software for end users, I would argue the priorities shift a little bit. Performance is still important, but for example, having a easy to understand user interface, for example, becomes a even bigger aspect than performance. The balances shift in my opinion at that point. Case in point, when I work, the work that I've been doing for my Discord alternative. So for people to explain to people what the scope of that project is, I don't have a name for it yet. I'm jokingly calling it D2 for now. It is not open source. I've worked on it on stream and I've shown it to people, but it's not open source yet. It will be open sourced, and it's designed to be basically Discord, but like TeamSpeak. So it's chat and voice calls like in Discord, but you set up your own server for it, like you used to do with TeamSpeak. And so from that perspective, when you're writing that software, you care more about security. So for example, the way I'm designing it, I'm thinking about the fact that the person who maintains the server is not the user, and the user needs to be protected from potential malicious activity from the person who manages the server. So for example, whoever manages the server could potentially fake messages from a user. They could send a message as if they have a modified version of the server where they can send fake messages. So to prevent this, the user needs to be able to sign their messages. So we use encryption so that you can guarantee that a given message has not been generated by the owner of the server. So this type of concern becomes more central when you're writing that kind of software. When you're writing an HTML linter, performance, it's definitely the major concern. Yeah, so that's my perspective.
I think that's an important take. The user in the center of the software, because it's so. But it's also hard to, like, if you can't emphasize with your users. If you are, let's say that you're a very smart person, but you have zero skills when it comes to associating with other people, then it becomes really difficult to write software that other people can and want to use, because what is simple and straightforward in your world is not to other people, right? So that becomes kind of an interesting problem. You know what? It's my turn to go. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, you talk about things. I'll be right back.
Okay. Sorry, guys, you're stuck with me. So we can all silently enjoy the toggle share stream if you want. User empathy practices are generally bullshit, though. I have no idea what a user empathy practice is. Like, if you're talking about things that people do at companies to, like, I don't know, like user research, and then they do a crappy job, and then they use that to guide their design. I don't know, maybe probably. I mean, I feel like it's a fairly non-controversial and obvious statement that companies are going to do on average a crappy job at all of these, and then they will produce mediocre software based on basically on theater, right? They act as if they are doing like user research, but they're not really doing it. They're just acting as if they are, just to check a box, and then poop comes out of the other end of this process. That happens all the time for sure. In my case, I'm doing this as a solo open source developer, so it's a very different environment. Just like with Super HTML, I'm making my own decisions and I'm deciding what the thing should look like or not, and with all the good and bad that comes from that. But I think if you sit down right now and you try to imagine how a Discord with self-hosted servers would look like, you can immediately see that you need to you have a different model than proper Discord, because by not being centralized, now you have to be more careful about the interactions between whoever is owning a specific server versus users in that server. And I mean, technically, Discord could send out messages in my name and fake that. But obviously, by being a centralized entity that doesn't give a fuck about who I am and what I do, the chances of that happening are pretty much zero. While if you are a user in a small community, right, in a small D2 server, then in there, you're a bunch of people that know each other. Everybody cares more about each other in the good and bad sense. So the server owner will have a orders of magnitude stronger reason to potentially mess with their users with varying degrees of maliciousness. And so a good software in that case would need to account for that. There is just no way.
All right, I'm back.
Welcome.
So yeah, when it comes to simplify, I have a new project. You know what? I'm not going to talk about that. That's a dumb idea. All right, scratch that. But anyway, trees. What a wonderful thing they are, right?
Wait, did you go pee on a tree?
Oh man, that would be the dream, right? That would be good to finally go outside. I don't know. I started growing basil in my indoors again, right? And they're
Nice.
taking off.
Do you have suggestions on how to have the basil be aromatic versus just being super flat and not aromatic at all? Like, does your basil come out? Does it have like a strong smell? Your basil?
I have a really strong sense of smell, so it's really hard for me to tell.
Okay.
Everything smells all the time. I think people should be banned from wearing perfume in public. That's how.
You know what? I agree. That hurts me also so much, man. Whenever there's somebody with like a ton of, to me, it causes like a headache.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And it's always like you're in a public space. You're walking through like a shopping center or whatever. There's like at least like 10 people with conflicting. Every time I walk past another human being, I hold my breath, because human smells of three things or nothing. It's either perfume, sweat, or food. Or nothing. And I smell this thing, and it drives my wife crazy, because like her using a shampoo smells so strongly that I could be on another floor in the house, and I'm like, please don't use that shampoo, because it smells so strongly of like fake floral things, right? So to me, there's like no smell is like best smell, or like just being outside in the garden, right? I do like some like wet tarmac after a rain is like a nostalgic smell, and sometimes springtime things can be pleasant, but most of the time people smell of these things, and it's not like I have a problem. I sit around with my friends and they're talking, and I'm like, you smell like hamburgers, right? It's not like that, but it's more like it's just the strangers for some reason that walk past me, and I get that like that olfactory insight into their lives that I don't want.
I've had discussions with my partner about how much fabric softener to use on bed sheets, because too much fabric softener, which has perfume in it, right? So it smells like stuff. Too much of it, it makes it impossible for me to go to bed.
I don't. So to me, if I have fabric softener used with my detergent, I would like to hang my bed linen outside for like a day as well, to just have a breeze blow through them, and that, because that can be quite a nice thing. Like going to bed in freshly cleaned bed linen,
nice.
You have a shower and then you go to bed. That's like a really pleasant experience, right? But yeah, anything that like smells really strongly, all like skin lotions and everything, that the wife just coats herself in this stuff, man. You think she's non-stick at this point, right? But it's to me, it's just an onslaught on the senses. But I mean, she doesn't care, because she's gonna go out and hang around people, and she doesn't care what I'm doing down here in my dungeon. But in general, it's just, I think it's just so. How did we get into this? Oh yeah, basil, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, I can't answer whether the basil is good or not. But the thing I've learned about basil now is to I don't pack it too densely. So I let it grow quite far apart.
Okay.
And I'm gonna move them to a bigger pot the moment they seem like they're gonna start clumping together. I'm gonna separate them and because you can have basil going forever and ever, right?
Yeah. Okay, that's good.
I mean, you live in the land of basil, right? So that's perfect.
Yeah, I never put real effort into it, but at one time I was growing some basil, and I remember getting disappointed because I felt it was not as aromatic as it should have been, and I was wondering whether, I had bad seeds, bad soil, maybe some compound was missing from the soil.
I'm guessing that it's not really that heavily into soil, right? So when it comes to plants, it's probably going to be down to the amount of sunlight and the type of basil that you have, right? Like if you think about a tomato that's been starved of sunlight, it's a flat taste. It basically tastes of nothing.
Yeah.
But if you think about a tomato that's been ripening in the sun, like one of those like beef hut tomato thing, that's absolutely delicious and very fragrant as well, right? You can smell the tomatoes, even though tomatoes don't really smell that much, but you can with some of these things.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well, I don't know. I'll try in the future again. We'll see. Maybe I'll get better seeds or whatnot. I did have the basil that has flat leaves instead of ones that like curve a little bit like this, which I think it's the better one, the one that curves more. We'll see.
I don't know enough about basil to know the difference. So what you say makes sense. I just don't think I've seen these.
Well, which one do you have, flat or curved leaves?
I don't know how curved is a curved leaf. So I can't show you now because they're like little babies. So you don't see much of it, right?
Let me see if I can find a picture of what I mean.
Is it top right in that picture you have? Yeah, there you go. Top right there.
Yeah, this is fairly curved. This is fairly curved. Yeah, this is very curved. Like this is curved.
I've never seen a flat.
The flat, I think...
Just to be clear, you're not thinking about like flat leaf parsley versus...
No. I'm talking about basil.
Okay.
You know what? Maybe it was not meant to be flat, and then being flat was like a symptom that he had some kind of sickness.
Maybe it was just a really happy basil, right?
Yeah. Let's see. I'm searching in Italian just so that I have better control of what shows up. But
I mean, that looked reasonably. They had some picture that looks reasonably flat, but
yeah, that looks flat.
That one, oh no, there was probably some other herb. Then
this is flat. I don't know. Well, whatever. Oh, this is definitely flat.
That looks quite.
Yeah.
Greek basil. Okay.
Greek basil. Oh my god, evil Greeks. This is also fairly flat. Anyway, don't put fabric softener on your basil. I think that should be the main takeaway.
If there's any takeaway from this stream, don't put fabric softener on your basil and you'll be fine, right? Oh, that's good. Okay. What is your missus or your life partner? Sorry, that sounded very old. Are they into programming at all? I think we talked about this, but I don't
No,
remember.
no, no. So she does translation, subtitling, and audio description. She learned a
That's
bunch of
right.
languages, and I remember making fun of her, saying, "Well, you learn a bunch of languages. Python should have been one of them." Um, instead, she learned like French, Spanish, Russian, that kind of stuff. Uh, but yeah, so basically, if you have Netflix in Italy and you turn on audio description, and audio description is basically a voice track where you also have intermixed with the normal audio of the show. You also have a voice, which can be a person or like an automated voice that describes part of the scene.
Just
Uh,
for blind people, right?
exactly, exactly. It technically would help you also if you were, I don't know, like listening to the show while doing the dishes, for example. But obviously, the main audience is people that can't see. Um, and so if you watch Netflix in Italy, for the major, well, not the majority, but like a good amount of those shows, you will see at the end that she made the thing, because in the credits the voice tells you also who made the audio description. So that's what she
So
does.
is she the voice as well?
No, I believe she has never done the voice. She does the writing, and then the voice, it's either computers or a professional uh, voiceover actor type of stuff.
Can you imagine like the old text to speech from like Windows? That sounds really bad. That would be great.
You know what? I think they might have used that at a point in time. They tend to have voices that I think are fairly common. Like I think those automated voices are the ones that you also hear in other systems. And it's interesting because,
Tivoli, is it?
huh?
It's Tivoli, the software on Linux to run these
Oh,
like
I
basic.
see.
I
And
think it's called Tivoli, right?
I see. I see. They tend to have, yeah, they tend to be common, and then you have to be careful, I think, because each voice, not all voices take the same amount of time to pronounce the same word. Because, well, I think I don't know if it goes by word or like phoneme or whatever, whichever way it works, they are not all uh, perfectly compatible in terms of how long it takes them to pronounce a word. So whenever you do the video editing to align things, you have to be aware also of which voice you're going to use, because otherwise you will potentially overlap dialogue or maybe some important noise that shouldn't be missed.
Wow. So the timing thing there is pretty important then, in other words.
Yeah, it's a lot of video editing work basically, which I personally find real hard. Like, how do you deal with video editing? I find it
I love it.
brutal.
I will
Really?
spend hours just and the worst thing is that I every time I do video editing, I have to remind myself of the fact that it has to end at some point, right?
Mhm.
Hello, I'm Lago. How you doing? AI generated. So I have to remind myself of like putting like time constraints, because I use a lot of DaVinci Resolve, and it has this node network that you can practically program with.
Mhm.
And I would just sit there and tweak these things and
Yeah.
mess around with these things. I will spend hours generating something that someone will see for a second and not care about. And I am so bad with this, and I have now started a massive project because I have an idea I want to explore. So I'm going to invest hundreds of hours into building software for an idea that might be really bad. All right. The
Nice.
sensible thing would be to bring this idea into the public and say, this is like it's a con. So I got fed up with all the YouTube video ideas I had. I didn't want to do what's already out there, with people be like, okay, I tried to build this thing, but you won't believe what happened, right? And like, or like, I don't want to do that. I wanted to try something new. So I came up with this thing based on a bunch of other things, of course, right? Because there are no new ideas. Everything is like a building on top of something else, right? So
Mhm.
So these are ideas that come from somewhere else. They don't come from watching other YouTubers. I see what other YouTubers do, and I see them do the sensible thing, but I don't. I want to try a new concept that could be like really bad, and instead of just outputting, like instead of putting this concept out there, like what do you guys think of this as an idea? And people can go like, nah, man, that's like really dumb, or that's super cringe, or that's terrible. I'm gonna invest hundreds of hours into building software to do something that might be a complete disaster. But we do the things we love, right? So
wait, this is software, not strictly spending time editing in DaVinci to make a super spicy video.
It's both.
Oh,
right?
It's both. Okay.
But you did say so. It is software to produce an output that gets recorded, and then I don't have to do so much granular editing in DaVinci because of this, right?
Okay.
So I did write some software to output code at some point. That would
right, that's like Mimic, right?
Code. That's right. That's Mimic. I wrote another program called MSH or Mimic Shell, which gave you the same thing, but in the terminal. So it looked like you ran programs, and it was very easy to follow along. And this was like the foundation for what I wanted to do. So when it comes to editing videos, it was really easy to just put these together. And then I would just have to draw out the video footage to add the voiceover.
Do you have videos where you use these tools? Do you have videos where you use these tools, like published videos?
No, I never published anything, because here's the thing. One, I never finished anything. But two, as I was doing this, I realized how I was boring myself. And that's always a lovely insight. You kind of sit there and go, I'm really boring. And then you kind of, I thought, like, the point of videos are either to entertain or to educate. And I do think of myself more as an entertainer than an educator, even though the Rust videos I've done have been educational with an entertaining like thing to it. I also know that people who are not interested in Rust are not going to look at these videos and go, it's really funny, I want to watch more. They're going to go, well, that was really boring, but there was like a funny joke in there, right? So I have this take that I want to do, and I'm gonna do something incredibly outlandishly stupid just to see if this is doable. But when it comes to video editing, that's a creative outlet that I get because I can't draw. As a designer, I am terrible, right? But video editing, I for some reason understand intuitively how long a shot should be, so you don't like going, no, this is going on for too long, right? Kind of like this monologue, right? Outstayed is welcome a long time ago. So it's kind of like, so I really like that, like the finicky bit, because it's like a creative outlet, right? I really like that. But you don't get that from video editing, I take it.
I have ideas on how I would like my videos to look like, but then the repetitive mechanics of doing the video editing, I lose steam really fast. And I feel like I want to abandon the project just because I don't feel like going through just the methodical work. Have you seen have you been present when I played the Pokemon opening with HTML elements?
No.
You've never seen it? Oh my god.
Let's have a look.
Let me think. How do we do this? So if I screen share it, you're not gonna hear the music. I guess I can share the link with you and you play it.
Yeah, that can work.
Okay, let me find the video. Are you streaming on YouTube?
No.
Okay, because I can tell you, if you play this, then your stuff cannot go on YouTube. It will immediately get unlisted.
Okay.
So I'm gonna post it in chat, I guess, for people that want to watch it. I'm not gonna play it myself.
Okay, so I'll pop it open on my screen. I will change so we are looking at my desktop now.
Yeah, guys, if you want to see it, I mean, you can play it yourself, but if you want to see it played on streaming, open Toggle's stream, so you can watch it there, I guess.
I'm going through the capture thing here, but we're almost. Oh no, it's Vimeo. Okay, we have to trust Datadog. No, we don't have to trust Datadog. I think Google tags us. Okay,
You're going
Vimeo
through
CDN. That's the one we need.
the JavaScript stuff. Good luck.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, and then we get some doxing German there as well. I think this should be okay. Let's see if was that too loud for chat? I'm guessing it's not. All right, we'll just play it. I like that you made the EM a tag in the lyrics as well.
Yeah.
Wait, what's that? Did I say Deovim? No.
Yes,
Oh,
it
maybe
did.
it did.
Yeah.
Elemon. Very good.
Thank you.
So how long did it take you to edit that?
Way too long. Like I think I spent 1 hour or two for like 3 days in a row, probably doing it in a stupidly inefficient way. I mean, I was in the Fusion tab of DaVinci Resolve, using what's it called? Like, well, you can create tracker elements and then plug the tracker element into the position of another element, and that's how I was doing it. But
that
the
would
point,
be the planar tracker, right?
yeah, exactly. The problem is that it's an animation, so there's frames that there's no the same continuity that you would have with real life, so sometimes it gets all wonky.
And the curve isn't straight either, so you kind of have to go in and move them manually anyway along there. Yeah, I totally see that.
And that was me going insane because I was doing 116 HTML elements, and then at some point I used to have like the progress number, and then people were saying, wait, are you doing 116 different streams on elements? And then I basically, that's how I, for some reason, the number made me think of Pokemon. I said, no, I'm trying to complete my HTML Pokédex, basically.
I tell you how dumb I am with these things. What I would have done is I would have broken this down and found the font and reproduced the whole thing so you can't even see the underlying part there. That's how much time waste I would do. Because I get the idea, and I think so just doing that part still took you several days to do, right? And it is really time consuming to sit there and edit videos, and especially building up Fusion clips. And they're not incredibly pleasant to work with when you're all getting into editing keyframes, because you have like this keyframe editor, you have the sine waves, the splines, right? And then you have the keyframe editor, and everything's so small in there. It's like really hard to just move one keyframe to the right, and it's really bad, right?
Yeah, it is. Oh, Mlag is asking the real questions. Is that an intentional gag or not? It is not. So you generally, these type of things don't allow you to put HTML elements in titles because YouTube does not allow greater than, lower than whatsoever, because it's my guess is that they have to deal with WebB legacy players inside of like TVs and other devices of that kind that just can't update and that have abysmal handling of anything that could be, even remotely injection-y, so they don't do proper
Yeah, it could be
escaping.
for anyone embedding a video as well who doesn't sanitize the YouTube title and just outputs the YouTube title as like as HTML, like in the HTML equals YouTube title, and you up the whole thing, right?
Yeah. So in this mix of things, what happens with Vimeo, I believe, that is super funny, is that you have to put lower the escaped version. And then the escaped version, I think you see in Vimeo that it briefly shows up properly unescaped, and then it switches back to being escaped. So they have some wonky processing that doesn't do what it should do. I don't know. They decode and then re-encode. I don't know what the heck they're doing. But yeah, it's a. So I did write explicitly lower than greater than, and then it does get rendered for one frame. At least I've seen it get rendered correctly for one frame, and then it switches back to being escaped. I don't know.
I think it's. I'm surprised Vimeo is still a thing. What's their revenue stream at this point?
I have no idea. Yeah, it's not great. And related to this, Andrew at some point got fed up with YouTube and moved all of his stuff to Vimeo. But then you have to pay to keep videos on Vimeo. And I think at some point he didn't renew or something, and so basically now all his videos are, I don't know, lost probably. And then yeah, nobody cares about Vimeo anymore, and it is what it is.
It's like two terabytes of storage, and I'm thinking, but I get infinite storage on YouTube, right? I don't get one customizable video player, password, and privacy, and unlisted links. So password privacy, I don't even know what that means, but unlisted links, you get that on YouTube as well. Review and collaboration tools, that's a bit vague. Transfer video files, I don't know what that means. And analytics, you probably get better analytics on YouTube as well, right? So do I want to pay €8 for this, or do I want to just use YouTube for free?
I think he might have gotten over the 2 terabyte storage limit. I might be wrong though. I'm not sure. Because he had some fairly long live streams, so yeah.
Yeah, I used to store my streams on YouTube. So I would stream to both YouTube and Twitch, and I kept YouTube as like my VOD thing, because Twitch deletes the VODs after a while. But then I just thought no one's gonna watch this. I just stopped the stream on YouTube fully. And I keep thinking I'm gonna do something one day, but that's the curse, right? Everything happens at some point one day, right? Oh wow, I'm looking at I'm sharing my completely meaningless Rust code. Let's turn on your screen share instead. There we go.
Which is definitely much more meaningful for sure.
Yeah, I could put like leak spin on there forever or whatever, right? It's like old badges or whatever. Anakin asks, why does Twitch delete VODs? It's not profitable for Amazon to keep those around to train models. So this is things that happened way before training AI models was a thing. What is Amazon's take on AI, by the way?
Wait, the VOD stops being available on your channel page. That does not mean that they really deleted it.
Oh no, that's a good point, right?
Yeah, you don't know that. They might very well keep it for training. Had always have kept those things just in case. Who knows? What's Amazon's take on AI? Good question. Where's the Amazon AI? Is that legal? Why are you asking? Nobody is asking that question. Who's working on AI? You know what? That's the most anti-AI thing you might be asking. You're like, it's actually borderline of not borderline. It's straight up offensive.
Sam Altman is coming for you.
Yeah,
now.
It's straight up offensive to ask this question in AI circle. Like, why would you be bogged down by what's legal or not when AGI is right behind the corner?
Well, I think it's well, it is fascinating, but no. So to like hop back to that a little bit, right? I don't think AI has actually ruined my passion for anything. It's made me a little bit cynical about things and a little bit tired of certain aspects of AI. But I don't think the people have stopped caring about what people make, right?
Yeah.
I
Well,
used this analogy in a conversation before on Twitch here. I
mhm.
said, no, people are impressed if you can bench 200 kilos. No one's impressed if a forklift can move a metric ton, right? So, I mean, like 200 kilos, pretty wild bench, by the way. But yeah. So no, it's not. I don't think people are. Uh, Even though we can generate things with AI, I don't think people have given up on the human side. It is sad to see how many people enjoy the brain rot slop, but I don't think that's gonna last, right? Because that's like the ephemeral.
Yeah.
There's like the drive-by stuff. It comes, people be like, "Ha, that's funny," and then no one ever cares about them ever again, right? It's like the one-hit wonders of the past. No one, you make a funny AI video. It is funny if it's intentional by accident. Doesn't really matter. You make one, people laugh at like the Gordon Ramsay goes to the store to buy eggs AI thing, and but no one's gonna sit there and be like, "Oh my god, I can't wait for the next one to come out," right? Because people don't care. Meanwhile, you have content creator that you'd be like, "Oh, this dude made another video where they are being human and doing human things, right? Like falling over or dying, and that's really funny, right? People don't enjoy that, right?" Um,
I think I think that is fair and normal, and probably to some degree a necessary consequence of how AI works. Because, um, by the way, okay, small bit of context for the people watching. I have to prepare a talk about AI that I'm going to give at a conference a week from now. The conference is Code Motion in Milan, Italy. So I don't know if you happen for some reason to be there. I don't know. Come say hi. Tell me that you're a Toggle watcher.
during the talks, but hi, do you remember me from the chats? Christoph, look
Yeah.
at me. Hi.
Yeah, I was the one posting the Among Us with a giant penis in chat.
Oh, have we been streaming for more than 4 hours? Because this is usually what happens around that time.
No, but we're getting there.
Oh, but 3.5. We're so close.
Okay. So yeah, so I have to give a talk, and so I've been like collecting links and talking points, things to say during my AI talk. So one thing that I will have to do at the beginning of the talk necessarily is kind of create mention what is like a baseline agreement of what AI is or isn't with the audience, so that we can build on that. And the audience doesn't necessarily have to agree 100% with my take, but at least you understand what you understand where I'm coming from. And so there's people that think that AI is completely useless because it's just a stochastic parrot. It's just like a Markov chain where it just shoots words at you, and it does, and there's no the AI doesn't understand anything. Basically, it just spits out the most probable token based on what you gave it.
Yeah, it's what's most statistically probable,
yeah.
Right? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah. So my argument is that I think that's a wrong way of looking at AI, because, well, first of all, what is understanding? I think it's up to debate in the sense that I would argue that not even human understanding is necessarily, 100% understanding. I think that even in your brain, some of that stochastic work is happening anyway. Not entirely that, but at least part of it. And related to that, there's sorry, what is it I wanted to say? I'm brain farting hard. Oh, fuck, I can't find what the next token is. Yeah, related to that, what I wanted to say is that I do think that is not the case, or rather, that is a too simplistic of a view on AI, because AI can leverage something which is very important, and that is the relationship between words. Like, we have created words, we have imbued our language with relationships. The relationships between the different words that we speak reflect relationships between things in the universe, in the real world. So our description of the universe embodies a little bit of that structure of the universe into the shape of our sentences. So those relationships between words is something that AI can leverage, not because AI put it there, but because AI already found it there. We did the work. We basically pulled in the universe, in a sense, into our language, and so that's what AI can leverage. But the problem is that AI can leverage that, but AI cannot put more content into, cannot do the process that I just described. AI doesn't know anything about the word. At best, it knows the words that you gave it. So I think that in general, when it comes to art, the fact that we consider AI slop is because AI can at best give you information about parts of the spectrum of words that you don't know about. Like, if you don't know much about a given topic, I'm like going from this, what I just said is somewhat abstract, so I'm going down to something more concrete. If you don't know much about a specific topic, AI can give you a reasonable introduction to the topic, you know, a reasonable overview. If you know nothing about programming, you can trust AI to give you reasonably correct information about what programming is or isn't at a, 10 miles from the ground overview. But if you are an expert in something, then the AI's ability to provide you with information immediately declines, because you already know pretty much everything that there is to know about the subject, as you can get from the spoken language, and the rest is real world experience that you need to earn by doing the work. And that at best, what you can do is then pump back into the language. You discover a new concept, and then that flows back into the language, and at that point it can become available to AI, basically. So I think when it comes to art, it's designed to, like, it's inherently boring. I mean, AI art is inherently boring because it gets quickly boring because it's not a form of expression that pulls in knowledge from the universe into some expressive medium, be it words or images or whatever. While real humans, when they do, in my opinion, art correctly, they're kind of pulling ideas from the outer universe into written word, for example, in a way that wasn't done before, and AI just cannot do that. That's my hot take.
Yeah, that's a good take, right? Because we can it doesn't produce anything that hasn't already been done before, right? It's not, and anything that is produced is also highly. So I'm talking about like the mainstream stuff that's out there now, right? It's highly restricted. If you, let's say that we're a bunch of people who are really into something, or maybe the kind of jokes that you tell your friends, right? They're a little bit appropriate for children to hear. Mm-hmm. If you ask an AI to generate a joke, it's not going to generate a raunchy joke that might be inappropriate, right? It's not going to do that because it's always going to do what is in the middle of the road, right? It's not going to make jokes about religion or politics or sex or any of these things, right? That can be considered offensive, right? It pretty much, right? Everything's always going to be in this like safe bubble that it produces. And when it comes to art, which is a subject that is highly provocative, I don't think that AI can do anything there, right? If we're talking about modern art or anything like that, I don't think you're going to get like well, I'm going to choose my words carefully here, right? But I don't think you're going to get a particularly interesting take on a modern art piece reflecting a tragic part of the world right now, expressed through some medium done by AI. I don't think you can, because it's just not capable of producing that, right? Or it has all the safeguards to prevent it from producing things, right? Well, Quentin, because it doesn't doesn't mean it's incapable of doing so. That is literally what it is. It is incapable of doing so right now. Now that might change, right? But I'm not. I was never interested in what AI does tomorrow. I'm interested in what people do with AI today, right? So AI has never really been a super exciting topic. It's more humans are exciting. Humans do interesting things. And when AI became so mainstream and we started using it everywhere, what are humans doing with it? And so far, it's highly disappointing.
I mean, maybe in the future. So I cannot state this with full certainty. My strong suspicion is that how AI currently works today, that it is not able to do anything more than just provide you with whatever information and insight is present in its training model. And I don't think it can go much past that, which is useful, but falls short when you are an expert of something, when you need art, where you need something like, let's say, parse a certain degree of innovation in a sense. That said, sure, that doesn't mean that in the future somebody could. So I might be wrong, and maybe the current architecture can do stuff, but in the future they could come up with a new architecture where AI is capable of doing the work of basically pulling new contexts in, new ideas, new concepts into the language, and then leverage that for, let's say, coming up with new thoughts. Roughly speaking, who knows? Maybe they will. I don't think that AI today is capable of doing that though. And that's why AI art is just inherently boring most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen pictures generated with AI that I couldn't have told you were generated with AI, but that has been photographs and the likes, are not really anything. And the average, okay, Quentin, the average person isn't an artist, right? That's very important to know. Your average person isn't. There's a reason why artists are become renowned, right? It's not because they are average persons, right? It is an exceptional person that becomes an artist in whatever format or medium they use to produce the art. That is kind of what I'm talking about, right?
I think it's definitely fair to say that this is not probably not too different from the average person. That's fine, and the average person is not capable of producing particularly super interesting art either. I do think that they have at least potentially the ability to pull new ideas into our language, but at least in the potential to do that. As to whether, like, but it is true that most people just don't do that, and at a given point in time they're not capable of really doing that in a particularly meaningful way. Some people are. I think it's not just artists, right? I think that the artists are obviously uh, a good example, but even when it comes to like, for example, scientists, like software engineering, let's talk about software specifically, since we are programmers. When it comes to software, there are people in software who can push forward the state of the art of software, but it is also true that the average developer is not really in a position. The average developer is going to spend almost their entire life writing CRUD applications that carry data
glue
in and
code,
out.
right? This is gluing code, right?
Yeah, like not even like, and not even gluing, right?
That's not a bad thing, though, right? That's not. I don't place myself in the camp of exceptional programmers. I don't think I'm gonna leave this world and people are gonna be like, oh, it's that guy who made this amazing thing, right? And people are gonna remember John Carmack and Linus Torvalds and Bill Gates, whether he was an amazing programmer or not, but he was at least very early on, right? Like people are gonna remember these people. They're not gonna remember me for any programming I did, right? So I'm not saying I'm mediocre and I'm happy to stay there, but I also don't think that I am going to revolutionize programming in any way or form.
I mean, that's also fair. I think there's plenty of people who just do this for a job and then they go and have and live meaningful lives outside of software development. So
Meaningful life's a
fair.
scam. If you're watching this, do not live a meaningful life. Stay with the programming, stay inside.
no,
This is where the action is in the end.
It's totally fair. You can have a fulfilling life even if you're not an artist or you're not pushing for the state of the art of anything. And you have a family and you look after your fucking kids.
If you look at the world, there's a couple of hundred people on this planet, right, in total. And there's like a handful of people driving things forward. The rest of us, we're just dead weight, man, pulling them down with our ridiculous demands and dying and complaining, right? This is the universe we live in.
That said, there is clearly, in my opinion, a process where by becoming extremely proficient at a specific thing, some people are able to push forward the state of the art of that thing. And that in turn, generally speaking, in a somewhat abstract manner, but that in turn means that the language gets changed because of that. Somebody learns, I don't know, that DNA is a thing. And now the concept of a DNA, the concept of genetics, the concept of inheriting things and genes and the selfish gene and whatnot, all of these becomes concept that flow into the language and becomes building blocks for building ideas and understandings of things, and AI can leverage those ideas. AI has an understanding of what DNA is and what genes are, at least to some degree. But as far as I can tell, modern AI is not in a position where it can do the first part of this work. So discover what DNA is and turn those ideas into new concepts that flow into the language. I don't see AI do that ever. Honestly,
I think the thing that, if I was going to talk about a concerning aspect of AI, is that people will lose track of what it means to make something.
Oh yeah.
Because I think that writing, like, draw me a picture of a bunny that's shooting lasers, right? And then it'd be like, wow, I made this art. I think that disconnect, that concerns me. That's like, no, you didn't make anything. Okay, like, let's just be clear. You have made very little. But to get a sense of achievement, right? So you've been editing a video for several days, doing this thing.
Yeah.
So when you're done, you're like, okay, I finished something. I have a sense of achievement. That would be a false sense of achievement. If you just told an AI to do that, you wouldn't feel the same way. Like, you wouldn't feel how much effort you put into it, right?
Yeah. And I by the way, I think that this is like another way of looking at the same idea. So, for example, I made the stupid Pokemon HTML elements video from before, right? Is that art or not? I would say that in terms of what you see visually, it's kind of crap. And I wouldn't call that art. But the
I was
angle...
expecting the next trip to be to the Louvre at this point, but okay.
No, I would argue that the if you want to consider it art, then the angle through which you do that is because I'm drawing a parallel between HTML elements and Pokemon, which is not something that you see every day. And then maybe if you want to if you've followed my work, then you will see references to specific elements that are particularly annoying, like area, that really did destroy my sanity, which is something that you see in the video. Or, for example, the choice of giving certain elements to certain Pokemon. Like, I decided that Pikachu should be Span and that Raichu should be P, and that I think Charmander is Div. I think it was either Charmander or... Yeah, no, I think the Charmander was Div. And then it evolved into section. And so, like, is it correct to consider...
Wait, hang on. So you actually put some thoughts into the evolution of Pokemon.
Yeah, totally. I mean,
I'm not... so go on.
Well, if you think about it, Pikachu being Span and Raichu being P, I personally think that P makes sense to consider the paragraph element the evolution of the Span element.
Okay. Well, okay. I've got a question for you then, right? So you grew up with Pokemon, I take it, right? There was part of your universe.
Yeah.
Right? So my kid watched Pokemon for a while. I never got into Pokemon, so that's kind of new to me. So which Pokemon should I play as my first Pokemon game then?
Wait, so which Pokemon game? Oh God, probably none of them. I'm sorry. I did grow up with Pokemon, but it's such an inherently boring game. Uh,
Oh my god, alienating viewership.
I'm
Okay.
sorry. I'm sorry. I think it's just so bad. It's boring AF. The only thing that made it compelling when I was a kid was the idea of having all the Pokemon. And then, if you think about it, it's a meaningless pursuit. It's like collecting telephone cards or postage stamps or like stickers. It's like those are the useless things that people used to do in the 90s. People do worse things nowadays, but man, those things were worthless already back then. And so you do that and you play a super, like, if you think about it, as far as RPGs go, would you really consider Pokemon a good RPG? Come on, there is so much better out there in terms of RPGs. And personally, the only thing that I look back fondly was the glitch where you would enter the safari area, and if you did the right combination of talk to the clerk, save, turn off your Game Boy, turn it back on, and then you would bug out which area to load after you exit the door, and so you would end up in what we used to call it Number Town, which was basically a corrupted area where you would see
Oh, I see. So
numbers
it's
instead of
drawing the
texture.
wrong memory.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, it was completely bugged out, and so, but there was this, back at the time when I was a kid, I was in elementary school at the time, and there was all this mysticism around the Number Town because people were saying that you would find Mewtwo in there and whatnot, or Mew being able to find Mew behind a truck. I don't know if you remember that one. People used to say that there was a track in a specific place in the original Pokemon. So I'm talking about red, blue, and yellow. And people were saying that there was somewhere a track where if you were to push the track, then you would find Mew behind it. But that was absolutely wrong. In any case, as a game, man, it's boring. It's really boring.
I was intrigued by because there's a lot of good old games that I haven't played.
Yeah.
And I started playing through Secret of Mana and no, sorry, Chrono Trigger is what I'm playing.
Okay.
And it's been so. I'm getting a little bit bored with it, I have to say. But so the thing you're saying about the Pokemon bug there and all the things that people were saying about, we had similar things back in the Stone Age where I'm from, and that was like if you jumped the flag in Super Mario Brothers, then
then you could get behind.
Yeah, so you get behind it, then you could just run, and there was like you could find something, but in reality you don't. Like it's just an infinite loop. Then you run out of time and die. But as kids, we believed that you could. There was like this myth that you could find something. I don't even remember what it was, but that was the thing, right? But it clearly wasn't.
Back when there was no internet and no data mining, there could be
exactly
hidden stuff in games. Yeah.
But these rumors added a lot of depth to the they added a lot of depth to the games. They added like a sense of mystery and things that doesn't exist in games today. Today games are so complicated that if you add an Easter egg like that, no one is surprised anymore because there's just so much going on anyway. So all these like collectibles and everything, to me, it's just an overwhelming additional amount of work that I don't want to do.
Have you ever played Castlevania Symphony of the Night?
Not Symphony of the Night. I recently played a little bit of one of them, which I don't remember the name of it, but it's on the same platform. But I did not play Symphony of the Night.
Okay.
No.
Well, Symphony of the Night, I didn't play it when it came out back then, unfortunately, but I did play it more recently, and I still loved it. Do you want to have a unspoiled? Do you want me to not spoil it for you, or can I spoil it a little bit?
You can probably spoil it a little bit because I won't remember, so it's fine.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay, but basically, Symphony of the Night is very famous because it had a very interesting Easter egg. Like, you know what? I'm being conservative because if you do want to experience this for yourself, then it is a major spoiler. Um, but basically, it had a very interesting Easter egg and that was, I think, the first time that somebody did something like that, and that blew people's mind at the time. Again, nowadays it's a nice thing. If you stumble upon it, you will like it, and you will think, okay, that's nice, that's cool. But I think at the time was like people found it mind blowing, and people would write about it on, like, the magazines about video games that used to be published in the past.
That I mean, okay, I might play Symphony of the Night. I think that's supposed to be one of the best ones, right?
As far as I'm concerned, is the best Castlevania.
The one I played recently was Portrait of Ruin, and before that, I played the first one, which I thought was very hard, right?
Yeah.
But Portrait of Ruin had kind of awkward character movements. I didn't enjoy that. But yeah, no, I don't know. But I'm thinking about all these like classic old games that I haven't played that can still hold some value. So I'm kind of like thinking I should play them. So I was thinking about the Pokemon, but I do get what you're saying. That is the impression that I've gotten by the franchise, like Pokemon. I know Pokemon Go became like really popular, but that game is probably the wrong way.
I think that Pokemon started becoming mildly interesting when they added genetics to it, where basically the idea was in the original Pokemons, every Pokemon had basically the same stats at a given level, and so you could change the move set that a Pokemon would learn. But then, you could maybe people at the time didn't do it, but eventually over time you just crunch the numbers and you figure out what is the optimal build for a given Pokemon.
Min-maxing always ruins games, I think. That's like you're taking a fun game, you turn it into Excel, right? Yeah. This is not fun.
And then at some point they added the concept of genetics, where basically a Pokemon would have a randomly, well, not fully randomly. I think there's like the concept of that you inherit these genes from the Pokemons that your Pokemon spawned from. If you generate the Pokemon through reproduction instead of catching it. But in any case, they have basically these randomized numbers inside of them, and you could have a better or a worse Pokemon because basically those numbers change how much of each statistic the Pokemon gains at every level. So you could have two Pokemons that have the same level, but one of the two is better than the other because it just had better genetics. The problem, though, is that it does add some depth to the system. The problem is that it turns it into a gambling game.
It's always gambling.
Yeah, because okay, let me put it this way, because I was whining about gambling also in your chat the other day. My point is this: I think that when you make a game, like you think of it from the perspective of you have to make a game, okay, and you want your game to be successful. So how do you make a successful game? You can have a game with good art. You can have a game that feels good to play, that has interesting kinesthetics. So
great music can really
great music, like great art all around, great story. For example, I think that Silk Song is a decent example of a good game because compared especially to the first Hollow Knight, they improved the handling of the character significantly. Like playing Silk Song is much more entertaining in that sense than the original Hollow Knight. The story is, I don't know, that maybe varies depending on who you ask it to, but I think it's an interesting story. And overall, the art is, I think, nice. But you know what else you can do? Why do any of these things? Well, instead, you can just make people addicted to watching numbers go up one way or another. Because in reality, a lot of games gain a lot of longevity and a lot of interest, not because of any of those things, but because of the randomized mechanics. So, Balatro, it's funny in a sense. I think that Balatro is is self-aware enough that it's kind of funny. But think about all the roguelike games. Whenever you play a roguelike game, most of the time you're basically rolling dice to get the perfect overpowered run where you get the combination of things that is like self-reinforcing, and then you plow through everything, you get a god run. But that's literally just playing the slot machine. It's literally playing the slot machine. And then sometimes, I mean, there's also some skill in it, because you could die like a doofus when it's early and you don't have yet all the overpowered items. But if you can put enough skill in it, then it's basically just you hoping to get a good roll. And so many games rely on this a lot. And I don't know. I think once you realize this, it's kind of boring, because you realize that you've been playing basically the same game, just disguised in a bunch of different outfits.
I was never really there's been a few roguelikes that I've enjoyed over the years. Rogue Legacy was one of them. I thought
I did like Rogue Legacy, yeah. But Rogue Legacy was fun. I think it had nice kinesthetics. The art was fine. It wasn't like mind blowing, but it was good. I think I especially liked kinesthetics, but that was definitely one where you were rolling the dice because you were hoping to get overpowered.
Oh yeah. But again, yeah, you had to play through the run with whatever inheritance you got, though. So even if you didn't make it last long, and you kind of like you threw it just because you got given such a bad deal, it was kind of fun. But other than that, I never really liked the roguelikes. So either I like it, well, I didn't until Balatro, right? I keep saying, but everyone's like Balatro. It's like, nah, man, it's Balatro now. But I think that game, for some reason, just ticked a lot of boxes for me. And like, if you think about it, the music of Balatro is kind of bad, but it's also great at the same time because it's all very different. It's not like something like, you know what I feel like listening tonight, sweetie? Let's put on the Balatro repeat loop thing. This is going over and over again. But you can't like hear that music and not get this sort of like Stockholm syndrome appreciation of it. And the game is really satisfying. It's definitely a numbers go up, but I never liked the cookie clicker like games, or those games have never really appealed to me, which are literally just numbers go up. There was a time where I played a little bit of a Dark Room, and I thought that was kind of a brilliant game for its simplicity, but it got boring very quickly.
Mm-hmm.
And that is the curse for me with most games. It gets boring very quickly. If I can't play the game however I want to just potter about with the game. So I really liked Cyberpunk 2077. I thought that was great because you could just play the game however you want to. I enjoyed playing what's that game? It's probably like the most boring game ever to watch. Stardew Valley, right? That was kind of fun to play, but probably really boring to watch. Like some of these games they're kind of like the game version of having an aquarium, right? Like there's not a lot going on, but you're kind of peacefully poking about with it, right? So it's really like, but if you were to make a game today, what game would you make, right? Do you have some kind of game ideas?
I do have some game ideas. I think my main, it would probably be 2D because I can't do 3D, and I don't think I have in mind a story that would warrant a 3D game. And again,
I agree with that.
And again, I would not have the ability to put in the effort necessary to make that happen. So it would be 2D. I would probably focus a lot on kinesthetics. So I would want the movement and the actions to feel satisfying. I think, for example, Super Mario is a masterclass on how to make the movement satisfying. I mean, it can get frustrating. You can get frustrated at Mario, but I think it's really nice. Like if you see what people can pull off, like how well everything.
Did you ever play Celeste?
I did. Yeah, Celeste is another amazing one. Yeah, also amazing
game.
Songs. Holy shit, the songs so good.
Yeah, that's everything is good about that game. Even the formula is so obvious when you play it, but it's so good. You get a really difficult room followed by an easy room, where you get to kind of like mentally rest up for the next difficult room. It is so simple and still so good. And the fact that when you die, it's not like a long penalizing time frame. You
Yeah.
die, you start, you could just go again. So dying over and over again isn't so punishing, right? It's
Yeah.
really good.
So I'll probably work on something like this, and I know I would not try to make it a numbers go up game. By the way, on your point that you previously never felt them to be very satisfying, I think that one thing that game devs, especially indie game devs, learned more recently is that what makes them those things really capture people is when you make it satisfying, like when you make the animations and the related sounds also to sound satisfying. So you need to have the gambling aspect to it, like the randomized aspect and the potential for exponential explosion of like success. But you also want to make it satisfying in like tiny interactions. So for example, if you look at Megabonk, in Megabonk, every time you see a Megabonk is amazing in that aspect. It's the pure gambling
loads of
game.
people recommended that to me, and I looked at it and I thought, but this looks really boring. But okay.
Well, basically, what happens is that when you open a treasure box, you click on it, and there's like this animation that I think is really well made of the box popping up on screen, opening up, and there's like the thing that basically decides which tier of item you're gonna get, and so you have this pum 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 thing with like different colors and animations, and like it feels really satisfying when you get the full sequence up to the legendary rarity item. And similarly with other things, collecting coins, collecting experience, it all feels very satisfying in that sense.
Yeah, but I think a lot of, especially Vampire Survivor was like this as well, right? They have captured the essence of what makes actual gambling interesting. The flashing lights and the sounds, the thing that kind of that makes you associate certain things in an anticipation, right? To build up anticipation, association that makes it really interesting.
Caleb Dev says, I love Megabonk. It whispers to me like the Green Goblin mask.
I think I mean, like, more dopamine, right? Yeah, I think Megabonk has been, when I asked for, I think Susan was the first one to recommend Megabonk. I asked the other day, you came into the stream, you recommended, I think, Megabonk as well.
I did,
and a couple of other games. I was a little bit curious about the card games, though. I wasn't sure yet. The thing is, I'm a bit worried if I get into another game that it just consume my life again, right? And I don't need that.
Well, okay. So then, if you don't want a game to consume your life, then maybe this is a bad suggestion. But of all these games, the only one that I respect. So I by the way, I have Megabonk. I'm playing it a little bit, not too successfully.
You're thinking about Pavlovian, right? So Box Rager, not Freudian, Pavlovian. But okay, sorry. Go on.
The only one that I respect 100% of those games is Noita. Noita, I think, is the only roguelike that 100% deserves respect, because you do play you only play the slot machine until you realize that you don't have to play the slot machine. At some point, it stops being a slot machine, because at some point you learn the game well enough that you can break away basically from that system. Let's just put it that way.
My thought is this, right? Because of my limited amount of time to do things in a day, if I was to play Noita, I would play it on stream.
Yeah.
Do you think that it's possible to play Noita on stream without people trying to, with good intention, but would ruin it by spoiling that discovery for you then?
People would 100% spoil everything. I still think
people.
Yeah, but I still think it would be worth it. I came into the game basically knowing everything. I watched a video actually that explained how Noita works, start to finish. It's basically like a review that really explains the whole game. And when I watched it, I said, "Holy shit, I'm sold! I want to play this." And I feel like he didn't. So if Noita had been a game in the 90s and I had been playing it on my own on my computer, if I had discovered the twist on my own, my mind would have been like the city that I was living in would not have been existing anymore, because I would have blown it, like my brain exploding would have raised everything to the ground. That said, even knowing everything, it's still very nice to experience a god run in Noita.
Now I'm wondering if I should play Noita on stream, and how I wonder what the entertainment factor of being bad at this would be. Because people would know the answers to everything. But is this knowing the answers to puzzles, or knowing the answers on how to use a certain mechanic?
Yeah, no, there's no like, well, there's some minor puzzles, but they tend to not be. Okay, there's some minor puzzles that you will experience in the beginning. Going forward, as you become an experienced player, there will be more puzzles. And honestly, some of those puzzles, if you just read how to do them on a wiki, I think it's fine, because some are really relatively obscure, in my opinion. But you shouldn't concern with those latter ones, because you're not going to experience them in the beginning. You basically, your growth curve is learning how to do wands, because Noita is in part a programming game, in the sense that you have wands that can do magic, and they have a bunch of slots in them, and you get you pick up spells as you progress, and then you slot spells into your wand, and those spells are not high level products. They tend to be small level basic components that produce, they combine with one another to produce one given out final effect. To give you an example, there's a chainsaw spell. And the chainsaw spell seems completely useless, because basically it's one tick of a chainsaw that happens at the tip of your wand. And that's completely useless. But then if you have for example, magic bolt with a payload, then what happens is that you can create a magic bolt that takes the spell right after as its payload, and so you can have a magic bolt that hits the enemy, and when it expires on the enemy because it hit it, it also generates the chainsaw tick.
Oh, I see. So you find you shooting chainsaws in the end.
Yeah, basically, yeah, you're wrapping a chainsaw inside of a magic bolt so that you can deliver the chainsaw tick where the enemy is, without you having to be at melee distance to an enemy. I mean, you could technically have the chainsaw at the tip of your wand, and then just go face. You can go slam on an enemy and hit them that way, but it's dangerous. You're gonna get hit. It's a problem. But you can. So that makes, how can I say, the chainsaw by itself is kind of a useless spell. But then you can combine it and you can create some interesting stuff. And there are so many spells, and the majority of those combinations are deadly to you, because if you combine them in the wrong way, you kill yourself all the time. Like, if you pick up a random one from the ground and you shoot it without understanding what the spells do, it's a 50-50 whether you survive or not.
What's the point of the game?
Well, the point is that you get this wand, but then you can go to an area where you can edit those wands. So you can take off all the spells, rearrange them, put them in a better wand, because wands also have statistics, so some are better and worse than others, and so you rearrange them into a combination that makes sense.
Okay, well then I got a question. So if people watched a Noita run,
yeah,
it probably is more fun watching someone see this for the first time and having no clue. How would one prevent spoiling things then? How can that be done? Because I don't mind not understanding and like dying repeatedly in a game, and for your entertainment purpose, right? But I'm wondering how to prevent this from, because otherwise there's just someone who wants you to do what they want you to do, and they want to play the game for you. and which is, I understand that part,
Yeah,
right? But
there's emoji
emoji
mode. If you
or banhammer.
if you have a trusted mode that can filter out, I believe, I'm not sure, but maybe people in chat can confirm this or deny. But I think there's a way where you basically uh, only allow messages when they get allowed by mods. And so if you have somebody that is willing to be a mod for you and just prevent spoilers from being published, maybe.
Yeah, that might be a way to do it, to do that, but that's a lot of, it's going to be a lot of work for a moderator. I know when I played what's the Outer Worlds, we had to do a lot of like no spoilers and a lot of like not banning, but time out the people, right?
I see.
Maybe just not reading chats as frequently then, or like
emoji mode, as Vincent is suggesting.
I think emoji mode kind of ruins the stream. And like emoji mode makes sense if you have 90,000 viewers, but for 9 viewers, not so much. So I think it is sensible. I could just alienate everyone and then put it into like sub only mode. But I don't want to stop people from chatting with each other.
I do think though that even in the presence of spoilers, it can be a perfectly enjoyable activity.
Okay, I might try to play Noita, right? Because I think that the program, I mentioned this in the past, but I think the program of work that I'm doing right now is super boring. And I'm currently in the process of deciding whether I'm going to use 1 or 2 trees to handle widgets, right? And it's a question of, do I put everything in one tree and then I filter out the branches and I have to fold branches into other branches? Or do I have 2 trees with a bit of bookkeeping? That conversation is about as exciting as what kind of wallpaper should we have. Full stop, right? It's just boring. So like doing these things. So I think I'd rather play something on stream instead when I go and do my next stream, or just do something completely different. And see how that pans out. So maybe we should do a noise. What if I try to spoil it using emojis like hieroglyphics to explain? Well, you assuming, Caleb, that I have the attention span to try to decipher your hieroglyphic response, right? So
I think that there's nothing wrong if you decide to play it. Just allow chat normally. You just tell people not to spoil it for you, possibly, and then you just rely on people not being too annoying about it. And then as you learn how to play, I think I would actually recommend. I mean, obviously you can play whatever way you want, but unless you have different opinions, I would recommend that you start playing with the wiki open on the side. And basically, whenever you get a new spell that you've never seen, you could systematically blow yourself up until you learn how to use it. Or you can read in the wiki kind of how it works and have the wiki suggest to you interesting combinations and then experience. Like, even if you didn't come up with every single combination entirely by yourself, I think you would still find it enjoyable. That said, after an initial phase, but the initial phase where you discover things on your own, great. But then at some point, it's personally, I enjoyed not blowing myself up every single time I found a new spell.
I think I would play without the wiki. I would play it where I had to maybe almost take notes, but I'm saying that without having played it, so I have no idea if that just becomes like you just dying every 2 minutes. And when you die, it's a roguelike, right? You start with nothing again, right?
Yep, you start from the top, back from the top.
And there's no like end to the game. There's no goal of the game, is there?
I cannot answer that question.
Okay, all right, that's good. All right, this will be fun. So for my next stream I'm probably doing with another Rust dev. We'll be doing a similar thing with chatting about stuff. But then after that, I'll probably do a Noita stream and see what a disaster that's going to be like. Because it's not particular. It's like £5 now or whatever. It's not too bad.
If you are fine with taking notes and you really enjoy a no spoiler play experience, and you want a game where it's like realistic and maybe even encouraged to play it without any kind of external help. And on top of that, you don't want a game where you have to put skill in, because Noita is mechanically demanding. Like you basically need to go around. It's like it's a 2D platformer ish with enemies, and you have to shoot them. And if you don't have good items, it's gonna be tough to shoot them. So you need to put in effort, and then you get it wrong, and then you like start again from the top. Because in Noita you go down, like progressing makes you go down. If you don't want that and you want a more relaxed game, then Blueprints is very nice in my opinion, and it's still gambling.
I saw. So I was chatting with a friend a while ago, and he had it in his game library, and I asked him like, "Could you like play a little bit of this so I can see it?" They did, and I thought it looked really boring. It's like there was there's hardly any puzzles. So I understand the premise of it is to visit as many rooms as possible. So you have to reach a certain number of rooms, but it was just kind of an exercise of like guessing the right room to open with some strategy in place. And I like, if people like it, they like it, right? But when I saw it, I just thought, what is it about this that is interesting, that is fun?
I think some of it is the gambling aspect, because if you have a good run, then you can do things that normally you can't. There are puzzles though. Blueprints is full of puzzles that, to be done correctly, require you to take screenshots, write things down. They are just not obvious. So like the puzzles are there, they're everywhere, but most of the time you're not being forced to solve the puzzle. You just want to do it once you realize that something is a puzzle, because it tends to give you an advantage for future runs.
Interesting, because when what we saw was there were some like obvious puzzles. There was like 3 boxes. One contains a lie, one contains a truth, kind of thing.
Yeah.
And that was like a very basic puzzle. It was very simple, and we solved it. And I was like, all right, cool. And there was another one with some kind of star sign or whatever. And I was like a bit nah. And then I didn't see any other puzzles. Right?
Oh no,
it was like
there's saves that you don't know the combinations for, and then you have to learn the combination for. There are
no spoilers, Santi landed.
There's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
So I would say if you want a platformer where you have to jump around, shoot things, dodge, occasionally die because of some bullshit reason, because like a bajillion enemies comes at you all at the same time, then definitely Noita. If you don't want that, maybe you're like super tired and you don't want to have something so demanding, then I think Blueprints has an interesting enough story.
Okay, interesting. Well, now I might give Noita a whirl just because it's like a fiver, right? And well, yeah, Rico, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. So, but Noita, is it very dialogue heavy?
No, not
oh, well, there you go.
Exact
then,
opposite.
Right?
The exact opposite. You don't. There is nobody to talk to. You can occasionally find written text that usually talks about things that you don't understand, and that vaguely hint at very late game puzzles. That's
that's great. Well, that would be really fun to play this, and just like if chat can avoid spoiling it, I'll try to. Just if someone looks like they're spoiling it, like, just I don't know how I'm gonna get through that, because once you've read something, it's really hard to tell what is a spoiler or not. But I think it's more fun for people to watch someone not have a clue what's going on and they know all the answers, because that's kind of like people like that. But it also is an exercise in self-restraint, because if you know all the answers, you can't say anything, right? But
you have to. I think if you title your stream with blind play Noita first time blind playthrough, no spoilers, you put the no backseating tag, and then you put that in chat, I think there's good chances that you're gonna be fine.
It could maybe I'm gonna do that. All right. Well, that's all the time I have for today. It was fun doing a stream
Yeah,
again together
likewise.
and do more. Um, I all right. Anyway, I don't know how we do. Like, can I raid you from here? Let me see if that works. What if I do a raid? Are you continuing?
You know what? No, I would avoid doing that because in any case, I also want to go have lunch and
I've
like.
already started a raid just to see if it was possible, and I definitely
Oh,
can raid you. So,
okay,
so
then raid me.
you get to eat tomorrow instead. I'm gonna
Oh
go and
god.
eat now.
Okay.
Anyway, thank you all for watching. It's been a lovely stream. I'll see you guys next time. Bye for now.
Bye, Toggle. Oh
I'm
god,
still
here's the
live
raid.
on your stream, right? Through
Yeah, you are.
uh, the thing, right?
You have to
Like
close
we
the
just
screen sharing stuff.
I do. I'm gonna leave it open just to we continue the stream over here.
Oh,
No,
nice.
all right, I gotta go. It was great. Cheers, mate.
Bye. Bye, Toggle. Okay, so no more Toggle. Yeah, so here's the plan, chat. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna briefly get up and inquire about lunch. Then I will probably stream for half an hour more. And then I'm gonna go to lunch. In this half an hour that I'm gonna stream, I have to be honest, I just want to work on my language. So I'm working on my JSON replacement language and making good progress. So I'm gonna work a little bit. Can I rate here, eat and come back? I think what I'm gonna do is stay on just a little bit more, and then once I'm done, I can definitely rate this person for sure, no problem. But I don't think I want to stream in the afternoon. So I'll be right back. Give me a sec. Okay, I'm back. So yeah, I'm gonna do like half an hour or something like this, and then I'm gonna go. So for the people watching, why should you care about what I'm doing? I don't know. Maybe you just shouldn't. Period. And end of stream. Thank you for, for watching. Now, so here's the idea. Here's the idea. Are we still blessed by a toggle bit on screen? Are we? Oh yeah, we are. Yeah, we are. Thank you. Fixed it. No more. No random toggle bit. Also, maybe I should change my title, shouldn't I? Ziggin. I'm just writing Ziggin and call it a day. Okay. So here's the idea. I'm making a JSON replacement language. My main innovation is actually the schema language, which is a separate language. And the idea is that the schema language should replace JSON schema. And among the things that it should do is not suck. Unlike JSON schema, I do strongly believe that JSON schema is inherently unreadable by humans and obscenely overly complicated, and ultimately just a bad design all around. So here's one thing that I'm doing. Here's the idea. Here you can see that I have a message. So this is, I believe, a thing that JSON schema doesn't do, or rather, at the end of the day, tools need to catch this mistake that I'm about to show you. But I think they do that in a silly way. They don't do that in your editor, which is where this type of stuff should be caught. Basically, here I'm defining a schema for a struct named message, has an ID, which is a string. I call them bytes. I think I might change them back to strings at some, I rename them to strings at some point. The point is that I'm not yet sure if I want to force them to be valid UTF-8 or not. I think I should, but until I really come to that conclusion, I'm gonna keep them named bytes. In any case, the message struct contains a payload struct. The payload struct contains, this is the sigil for a map. So it's like I should call it a dictionary, where basically, it's string keys, but they can be whatever you want. Here, a struct, like a message struct, needs to have ID and payload as fields, while a map or a dict can have whatever you want as keys. Well, they have to be strings, but the what's in the string, it's completely arbitrary and up to you. Kind of like the same difference between a struct and a hash map, generally speaking. But here's one important feature. Let's say the payload has also a whoops field. And this whoops field is message. So here's what happens. We have created a loopy type. This is an infinite size type because message contains payload. I mean, even without the payload indirection, message contains another message, and there's nothing that can stop this infinite looping, right? Because there's no base case where you can avoid having to put yet another nested message. And so look at this. I've implemented validation for this. So every time you create an infinite loop, I tell you in the editor, look, this struct is part of an infinite loop. This struct is part of an infinite loop. And then I tell you which fields are on the path of this infinite loop. I think this is a very nice feature to have. It's also very basic. And maybe I should investigate more, but I have this feeling that you just don't get this behavior or like this help when you're writing a JSON schema. I think chances are that you're probably not even writing a JSON schema, because JSON schema, I believe, is usually some basically inter-exchange format that gets generated by, like, you define a type hierarchy in your programming language, like in TypeScript, and then you pump out a JSON schema from it. I might be wrong. I guess you can do also the inverse. Actually, can you make a TypeScript interface from some JSON schema? Maybe. In any case, this is kind of how it is. And added this feature. I also have the concept of unions. So let's make payload a union. Why not protobuf or flat buffers? Because they're complicated things. Like, I don't want to import a giant Google library. I want to make different design decisions, basically. Also, does protobuf have the concept of enums and unions? And also, protobuf is a binary protocol, right? It's not a protocol where the data exchange has a textual representation. Also, do you write a protobuf schema manually? Like, do you put a protobuf schema in a like some kind of, I don't know, .protobuf file? Maybe not. Maybe that's not the right extension, but that's the idea. So there's like probably a good chunk of differences between what I want and what those things do. You define the message in a proto file. Okay, perfect. So, okay, so here's the idea. I turned payload into a union. So now, because it's a union, you have only one field active at a time. And now this is not a loop anymore, because if you at some time choose the whoops case and you loop back into message, then you keep looping. But then at any point, you can choose the extra case for your payload, which terminates in a map to bytes. And technically this could also be a map to message, but this is still not a loop because the map could simply be empty. Like if you don't like the map, you can imagine a list, like a slice, but the slice of messages could simply be empty, and so it's not a loop anymore. But look, if I take this out, then we're back to the looping case, with the key difference that this is looping for a union to be part of a loop. All different cases need to lead to a loop. So I don't highlight any particular field, because in a union, all fields, for it to be part of a union, all fields need to be like that. So I'm basically just reducing the visual noise. But I do tell you right here, all fields of this union lead to a type part of an infinite loop. So these are the features. In the future, what I want to add to this language is also support for versioning upgrades, where basically you provide a tool, a previous and a next version of the same schema, and then the tool tells you what the suggested new version should be based on the changes that you made. So for example, if you change, what I'm thinking right now is, if you added a new field, then we update the minor version. So, okay, if you made any change, any super minor change where maybe you moved around, some definitions, like you swap out the order of these two fields, which does generate a different document, but it's not like meant to be a semantic difference. Like semantically, this is still the same thing. So what I would suggest in the versioning schema is to update the patch number. So I don't have syntax for versions, but let's imagine that it's maybe like this: $version equals 1.0.0. Then what we would, but then if you swap out these two fields, I would suggest 1.0.1. If instead you like add a field, then we would probably want to update the patch number. And then what I was thinking is that here, there's also the concept of documentation comments. So this is a doc comment that describes the payload, the semantics around the payload type. So what I would do is that if you change any of these comments, or I don't know what to do with deleting fields. In any case, at the very least, if you change one of these comments, then the tool would probably suggest to change major version, because you probably have changed the semantics of something. And obviously the tool suggests that to you, but then if, maybe you corrected a typo, then you can ignore that suggestion, obviously, and not bump up the major version. But so I want to add also support for that to help people correctly update their schemas and update versioning in their tooling. In any case, so this is the schema language, but right now I'm not working on the schema language because I did make some progress there. But right now I'm working on the document language itself. And the document language is kinda like JSON, except it's a superset of JSON basically. And right now I've implemented a parser for it. I implemented a new tokenizer that has significantly better performance than what I had before. I've implemented a new parser, And the next thing that I want to do is, right now what I was working on is implementing the auto formatter. And I have the basics of the auto formatter. What is missing right now is the ability to do horizontal versus vertical orientation when rendering an element, and also how that intertwines with commas, because the idea is this. Ignore the fact right now this is not implemented, so the auto formatter will do whatever the heck it wants no matter what. But basically what I want to do is that if you have a list like this, then this should be rendered horizontal, while instead if you have a trailing comma and you save, then this, because it has a trailing comma, this is requesting vertical rendering of this element. This is the type of stuff that we have in the Zig auto formatter. I'm just basically bringing them to this data format. So basically, I want to track trailing commas and the presence or the absence in order to decide which orientation something should have. And then also comments will need to play into this a little bit. So I was adding some code to print comments, but I'm not sure yet how deep I want to go in that. I think right now what I want to do next is look at the trailing commas of elements when parsing and tag each node by saying if that node is requesting horizontal or vertical alignment, so that we don't have to do look ahead. Because like if you're rendering and you don't have this information already at your disposal, and like let's say that you printed up until here, and then now you have to decide to print the body of this array, you are not gonna know if this should be horizontal or vertical until you get to the very last element and you see whether it has a trailing comma or not. So you either do the look ahead, or this information was collected when building the AST in the first place. It's not always wrong to do look ahead, and it's not always wrong to do extra computational work to discover something. That said, this is a case where this would be potentially way too much work. Like imagine that instead of 3 numbers, this is like a bunch of like super complicated turbo nested structs. And so it takes you a real long time. Like you have to go through a bajillion tokens before you can get to this final trailing comma. So I think in this case, it's a good idea to note this down when building the AST. Even though building building like thin, small ASTs is generally a good idea. So you don't want to stuff too much metadata in a node. And right now we are doing pretty well. A node has a location in the source code, an index to the parent element, and a tag that tells you which kind of node it is. Note that it doesn't have information about who the next element is, whether it has child elements, whether it has siblings. You know, there's no next ID, there's no prev next element, prev element, first child, last child. It doesn't have any of that. So I think this is interesting. If we did have last child, then for example, this look ahead would be easy, because once you are in the array, you can look into last child, and last child will tell you if it has a comma or not, one way or another. But another way of looking at it is to add another single byte element and say another enum that says it's basically orientation. And we can do it this way. I have a definition down here, but since I'm using it up there, I'm gonna move it up. I can even put it in here. Okay, so now a node has orientation, and I guess every node has horizontal orientation by default or something. And then you decide based on that. Or there's none specified, like by default is none, and then it gets defined explicitly. I mean, we have a full byte at our disposal, so we can have 255 cases, so we can add how many cases we want. You know what? Let's for now give it horizontal as a default. Probably not the best choice, but it is a choice that makes us move forward. We can explore more of what it takes to get this right and then see from there. So what it is that can have vertical alignment, stuff with it's a first approximation, stuff with trailing commas. Then there's comments that we need to account for, but like stuff with trailing commas or stuff that contains, I think, multi-line string elements, maybe. Well, let's start with trailing commas. So when we see a struct, here next is field. Okay, if we see a struct and next is not field and there is no comma, so if there is comma, we do p-consume, else we do p.cur.orientation vertical. Hey, Neil Pointer, the join string with toggle is done. We did it in the morning. So if you're curious, you're gonna need to look at the VOD archive and see what we were yapping about. Sorry. Yeah, you know what? That's how can I say? I mean, that's on you. You're clearly not dedicated enough to this stream. So you don't deserve the collab stream. That's just how it is. I'm sorry. Okay, so in a struct or a dict, we decide that the struct or the dict has a given alignment based on that. Then struct field itself doesn't matter, I think. Array has the same problem where if we see a right square bracket and we're about to exit, and here we do else p.cur.orientation vertical. So now we know the orientation of this array element. As for everything else, it doesn't matter, I think. Also, you know what I'm realizing? That the fact that we are doing this is annoying because we could very well just create union vertical, enum vertical, union horizontal. Sorry, because the only ones that actually they care about this stuff is these three guys. So these three guys could be made struct and then struct horizontal, dict horizontal, array horizontal. You know what? I'm thinking of doing this at this point. We don't do this. And instead of struct and dict, struct H, struct V, dict H, dict V, array H, array V. Yeah. And so we keep using this thing instead of adding more data. Because we're already not using the full byte even. So we are polluting a little bit this thing. But who cares? Let's do it. What about union and enum? No, I think for them it doesn't matter. Okay. Awesome. So now basically there's a bunch of places where I'm using struct and dict, and now these are not meaningful anymore. So now this is struct H, struct V, dict H, dict V. And based on the presence of comma before leaving, which by the way, I should not be doing here. I just realized that was the wrong place where to add that code. The right place is here when we're about to close. Else p.cur.tag equals struct wait. We consume the comma if it's present. Otherwise, we say that this is a struct H, which means that we should. Then this means that we are defaulting to vertical versions of these elements, and then we only switch to horizontal once we see that there is no comma before closing it up. Okay. So this is how we do it. Struct v dict v. I don't think we need to check for struct h because we are only a struct h, at least for now. It's only a struct h at the very end before closing it. So I think for now this is fine. Then now we have to worry about all these things. Here there's syntax errors, so it doesn't matter whether we pick the H or the vertical version because we're not going to do auto formatting anyway. Start field, blah, blah, blah. Begin field. It wants field kind, which is a separate union, so we're good. Then array. Yeah, if we're leaving, then it's not orientation, but it's the tag. So if it's missing array horizontal, array element, this is array H, array V. Array element is fine. Union doesn't care about this stuff. Begin field is fine, I think. Hello to step. Aren't you assuming struct and not dict earlier? Am I? Oh shit, where is earlier? Oh, here? You know what? You're right. If we see a right bracket, we actually don't know. I mean, it's horizontal, but we don't know which kind. So if you were referring to this line, yeah, you totally got a bug. Thank you. There we go. Okay, this is a very special case. Okay, now we need to fix references to struct and dict all around and update them to the new version um, of these things. Begin value, if we see a right bracket, then empty struct or dict. Bytes, it's a dict, we were saying by default vertical. Add child by default vertical. Add an array by default vertical. And then everything else is fine in here, I think. Then here when we discard, it's not just struct or dict, but this is struct vertical, struct horizontal, dict vertical, dict horizontal. Doesn't matter. Actually, technically, wait a second. The horizontal versions are impossible to see here, aren't they? Because if we are going up, it means that we haven't closed something. So I think technically the horizontal ones are unreachable. So I'm going to put them unreachable. And then, if we blow up, then I was wrong. But still, good to check. We'll see. Okay. Then in here, this is the iterator. Okay. This doesn't care about the new stuff. Here we do care though. So this is all the structs. Whether it's horizontal or vertical doesn't matter when we open it. Actually, no, it does matter. Wait a second. Check this out. If we are vertical, then we do the new line. If we are horizontal, we don't do the new line. We just do this. Now, the question is, do we put a space or not afterwards? Ouch. I think technically you know what, let's put a space no matter what. Let's see what happens for now. Array can be vertical or not. So this is array H, this is array V. Then on exit, yeah, well, actually, the problem is here, right? When we print one of these guys, do we print with a comma and a new line or just a comma? I guess it depends on the parent, which I guess we can go and investigate a little bit. So switch nodes at node.parent idx.tag if it's a braceless struct. Then if it's a braceless struct or one of the vertical variations, so struct v or dict v, then this is what we want to print. If it's instead a dict h, so let's do struct first. Struct h, a dict h, or an array. This is arrays, so array h. We just print a comma. Okay. And then if we're leaving an array I think here it doesn't matter whether it's vertical or horizontal. And also the same up here. Because we print new lines in their fields. Also, here's what I realized. Oh, crap. If we are in the horizontal case, like if we are in the vertical case, we can unconditionally print the comma. But if we are in the horizontal case, we cannot do that unconditionally. We only print the comma if we're not at the end. Oh, shit. So here's how it works. If we are in here, we have to say, well, is this the last element or is there something else? And the question is based basically on the idea whether this element has a sibling or not. So the way it works is if we don't even know what the next index is. We don't even know what the next index is. But we know based on the state. I think it's like this. If it.state is enter, then it means that there's something more to enter into after us, so we can print the comma. Otherwise, we shouldn't be printing anything. Or we want to print a space. No, I think the space goes here. Okay, maybe we can do it like this. Okay. I don't know. I'm making a ton of assumptions and watch me be disappointed when nothing works. Plus, probably a bunch of compile errors. So let's go fix those. Right, we're missing a else. Unreachable. No field name array. Yeah. Where did I put array? 504. Where are we? Oh, we're in discard. So this will have to be array vertical. And our assertion is that array horizontal is unreachable. And I guess we can put it here next to the other unreachables. We can merge them eventually, but not for now. Next is 468. Discard until restart, braceless struct. Oh, this is actually the result of wrong copy paste. So this needs to become struct V. This needs to become braceless struct. Okay, that was a bug. Not a major one, but it was a bug. Oh, and this dig becomes dig to be. There we go. Getting there. Oh snap, why is this going up to array? Man, so many copy paste errors. Array V. Oh no, array element. I mean, we want to go up. So, okay, so this is correct. Could we have completed? No. Okay, so this is correct. This is correct. Struct field. This is correct. 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 I think this is all correct. Okay, let's see what other things we're missing. Nothing. It worked. Look, or at least kind of worked, right? So we're doing the horizontal stuff remains horizontal. I mean, we can debate whether a space is warranted or not. I think it is. We should put spaces. And I think we should not put spaces around the square brackets, but there should be a space there. So yeah, the vertical one is correctly vertical. The problem, the only problem is that it doesn't do indentation. We're missing logic for indentation. So we would like to have that. Maybe we can add in indentation. So that shouldn't be too bad. Levels of indentation. Now, how do we do indentation? Spaces or tabs? I think we're doing spaces with this bad boy. I think 4 spaces is the right choice for everybody. I'm sure nobody will complain. Everybody will be happy with this. So we'll see. In any case, so how do we make this work? Basically, every time we enter a container, we need to increase the level of indentation. So whenever we enter this, we increase indentation, but then we also have to print indentation first. So how does it work? Actually, do we have to print indentation first? Let me think about it for a second. No, I think indentation needs to be printed whenever we print a field, any of the fields. I think indentation goes here before this. So try w.splat splat all splat byte all. Hey Josh, hello. Wait, did you make progress on the CLI parser stuff for Zig by any chance? So we do this here, we do this here, and we do it in array field. Wait, where's array field? Oh, well, array element. Oh, it's up here. We weren't doing anything for that. Although it's not unconditional. Now that I think about it, I was trying to read the HTML spec the other day and I couldn't figure out if style was allowed inside of body. Do you know? Yeah, it's not allowed. They have an open issue about it even on their repo. So they have an opinion about it. I don't remember where this is stated explicitly. Let me see if I can find it. So, table of contents, elements, style attribute. No, style element. Style element. So the reason why you know it doesn't go in body is because it's a metadata only element. So it has the metadata category, and this is the actually authoritative information. This block down here, it basically interprets the meaning of what's up here for you, but it's not. I forget what they call it. There's a term for it. It's not. I forget. In any case, this is the authoritative information, but here it's telling you basically this is only allowed where metadata content is expected, and well, if you look at, for example, if you look at head, oh crap, it tells you that it accepts metadata content, but then if you look at body, okay, let me see, where can we find body? I was hoping to find like a quick link to body, but why would they do that, right? So body element, there we go. If you see body accepts flow content, but metadata is not flow content. Metadata is a different categorization, and it's not in the list of flow content allowed things. So you expect metadata content in the body? No, there are only some very strict, some very precise exceptions of when a metadata element is allowed in the body, and that is when it has a item prop. Well, you see, the meta element, it's only allowed in the body if it has the item prop attribute, or link if it is one of the links allowed in the body. So these are meta elements that have special rules, and basically the rules toggle their ability to be part of the flow categorization or content categorization or phrasing, I guess. But they have an issue. Let's see. Style tag should be allowed in the body. Enjoy. Let's say this is stalled, waiting for a response from Andrew. Next step is to proceed anyway, which I haven't gotten around to. I see. Understood. Well, sorry to cut this chat short because I'm about to go, but yeah, I hope to catch you next time. In any case, as people in chat have been seeing, so I'm working basically on some, I don't know, super basic formatter work. But once this new stuff is going to be in place, the Zig is going to be much more decent. And I think it has a good chances of becoming something that people can use to good effect based on what they're doing. I would say as an upgrade path, as a reasonable upgrade path from JavaScript. JSON. I meant to say JSON. Anyway, thank you all for hanging out, and I'll see you next time. Bye all. Oh, I need to do the raid. I promised the raid. Okay. Oh no. Is this person offline now? Oh, rip. Yeah. So sorry, no raid. And nobody else is doing Zig. So yeah, I'm gonna be lazy and call it a day.